TruCrime Cafe. Kicking the door, peel back the day. Seeking that truth, only do it his way. Notes on the napkin, red string on the case. Looking for justice, can't see it real clear. Screens full of static, but the trail's right here, pointing at the weirdness. Zoom, don't blink, hey, look, it's right there. You closer than you think. Yeah! Serve it up hot at the TruCrime Cafe. Breaking down the crazy, put the lies on the tray. Making sense of the cray. Say what you feel. We shut down the bullshit. Don't give it no wheels. Yeah. Serve it up hot at the TruCrime Cafe. Sip on the facts, let the fog burn away. Truth in the cup, take a taste, that's the deal. We shut down the bullshit. Don't give it no wheels. No wheels. Yeah, no wheels. Mic on the counter, files on the floor. Walk me through the timeline, then we ask once more. Side-eyeing every story, every hole, every gap. If the glove don't fit, then we redraw the map. From the cold case corners to the heat of the stand, he break it all down, so you finally understand. Clock on the wall, but the grind don't stop. Justice ain't blind, it just been cropped. Serve it up hot at the TruCrime Cafe. TruCrime, breaking down the crazy, put the lies on the tray. Making sense of the cray. Say what you feel. We shut down the bullshit. Don't give it no wheels. Serve it up hot at the TruCrime Cafe. Sip on the facts, let the fog burn away. Truth in the cup, take a taste, that's the deal. We shut down the bullshit. Don't give it no wheels. Here we go. Yeah. She walks in cold, wearing somebody else's face. Lying through her teeth, trying to poison every place. Tongue like a blade, slashing at the weak. She smiles at your back, then talks when you can't speak. Tapes on them lashes weak, push just right. Front row drama queen, but she can't sleep at night. Jealous of the room, man, when it don't bend. She burns every bridge and calls her being a friend. Every room gets dark when she starts her games, pointing at the whole world to hide her own shame. People hear her name and keep it moving on. She builds up a rumor, then it falls apart by dawn. Mean girl, we don't hear you. Mean girl, nobody cheers you. Lies on lies, that's all you bring. Mean girl, same old sting. Mean girl, talk to the wall. Mean girl, ain't nobody calls. Jealous heart, bitter and loud. Mean girl, lost in your crowd. Lost in your crowd. She points at others like she's spotless clean, but everybody knows what her silence means. She'll switch up facts for a little applause. Twist your name around and act like you caused it all. She hates every smile that ain't about her. Throws dirt on truth like it's something that matters. Fake hair, fake tears, fake concern on cue, but the mirror don't lie when it looks back through you. Dark when she starts her games, pointing at the whole world to hide her own shame. People hear her name and keep it moving on. She builds up a rumor, then it falls apart by dawn. Mean girl, we don't hear you. Mean girl, nobody cheers you. Lies on lies, that's all you bring. Mean girl, same old sting. Mean girl, talk to the wall. Mean girl, nobody calls. Jealous heart, bitter and loud. Mean girl, lost in your crowd. Lost in your crowd. You can tape it up, you can cover that crack, you can swap them stories, but you can't take it back. Every face you burn keeps a mark on
All right. Welcome back to the cafe. Happy Monday, everybody. I hope you're all having a great day. And I hope everybody had an amazing weekend. You all deserve it for sure. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable, get off them feet, grab your cup, fill it up, guys. What are we talking about today? The obvious. What's been in front of our faces the whole time? We're going to talk about it. We're going to review and break down a couple videos from some awesome creators out here that have put out some information over the past couple days that really we need to break down and talk about, in my opinion. And that's what we're going to do today. As you will see, I'm going to pin the link, which I already have done. This is an open discussion. I want your guys' input and opinions as well. So please come on in, get comfortable if you will. You know how we do this. Let's get busy and get this show started. Here we go. Here we go.
Rolling up on the scene. Dago's got that stare red light on the screen. Pouring up truth every damn day. Names, faces, dates, he don't look away. Pin maps, cold files on the wall. String runs tight from the big shots, his halls. You feel that chill when he says that name. Someone's shadow, someone's shame. True Crime Cafe, he's serving the proof. Hot cup of pain, cold steel of the truth. Seeking justice, seeking reality. Voice for the voiceless, he speaks for the street. True Crime Cafe, every single day. Pulling on the threads till they all give way. Corruption in the veins, he's calling it out. No way, no peace till justice is found. Backroom deals under neon signs. He reads one line, then follows the lies. Crack tape, low sound, he can hear that bleed. Somebody out there, come remember me. He don't blink when the story gets dark. He just digs deeper, strikes that spark. You'll hear that rage rotting under his breath. Every question a dare, every pause a threat. True Crime Cafe, he's serving the proof. Hot cup of pain, cold steel of the truth. Yeah. Seeking justice, seeking reality. Voice for the voiceless, he speaks for the straight. True Crime Cafe, every single day. Pulling on the threads till they all give way. Corruption in the veins, he's calling it out. No way, no peace till justice is found. No way, no justice.
darkest stories are served here.
All right, all right, all right, all right. All right already. Hope that wasn't too loud in your ears. Welcome back, you guys. No peace till justice, folks. Facts are facts. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable. Happy Monday to you all. I hope you're all having a great day. And I hope you all had an amazing weekend. Yay, yay. And thank you for joining us today, guys. Grab your cup. Let's fill it up. Let's get into this, guys. With the obvious, what's been right in front of our faces the whole time. We're going to break down two videos that were put out by two amazing creators. One of them, both of them, I truly and fully respect their work that they put into these things. These things are good points, okay, that we need to discuss. So I do have the link pinned, and it looks like I have a guest already that I'll be bringing up here. Just one moment. Yes, right under our nose. That is a fact. So, that being said, we're going to jump right into that here in just 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. All right. Sorry about that, guys. The boss lady called, and that had to be taken. So, who we got joining us real quick here before I bring our guest up? Looks like Miss Rose in the house. That's our Bubbles. Bubbles. Good to see you. Miss Joanne, welcome and good morning to you. Rubik's Cube, welcome back to you. Moonlit Baby, great to see you today. Miss Tandy, Seahawks fan here on her lunch break. Thank you for being with us, dear. Appreciate you. Miss Gail, G74. Good to see you today. Miss Teresa, welcome back. Truth, not redactions. Good name. Welcome back to you. Miss Becca, good to see you as well. Renee Saruti, welcome to you. Sweet Pea, great to see you today. Let me see. Happy Monday to you as well. Let me see. And Rebecca Seidner, welcome to you. Thank you for joining us. Lily Rose, welcome back, dear. Kiss Me, great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Always happy to have you here. Let me see. Moonflower, welcome back to you, dear. Wonderful to have you here. Miss Becca, Joanne, I think Sleuth's sliding in here. Welcome, Sleuther. Good to see you. Phila's in the house. Good to see you, Phil. Thank you. No stinky cheese for you. Understood. Guys, we need 3 more subscribers to hit 13K, folks. 3. That's it. If you know anybody that'd be interested, bring them on in here. Tell them we got plenty of room for them. Please and thank you. Eddie's in the house. One Maiden Night. Good to see you. Thank you for being here with us. G-Bean, welcome. Good to see you. Doc J, welcome back to you. Great to see you as well. Miss Sandra, welcome to you. Becky, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate that very much. Even if it's just for a minute, I appreciate the support so very much. I hope you have an amazing day, and don't work too hard, dear. Don't work too hard, please. Turkey Creek Gal, good to see you. And I think we'll go ahead and bring up Miss Kawanda. Welcome, Miss Kawanda. How are you today? I hope you can hear me okay. And I hope you're having a good day so far. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Yes.
Welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever it is. I hope it's good because it's great to have you here today.
Thanks. Yeah. I'm on the East Coast, so it's about 2 p.m. So afternoon.
Okay, it's 1:51 here, so we're in the same boat roughly.
Yep.
Let's see. Joe Bosley, welcome. Roll Tide from Alabama. That's right. That's right. Yay, yay. Absolutely. Let's see. Welcome to you, dear. Sandra Kayoshi. Let me make sure everybody else, I make sure I don't miss anybody if I can. No worries. No worries. Bridgentile, welcome to you. Still the best. Afternoons are so much better with you. Well, thank you very much. That means a lot. I appreciate that more than you know. Tiki Bar, wonderful to see you. So glad Tiki got to come back in here. It's me, Lady T66. Welcome. Amy Locke, welcome to you from Bulgaria. Wow, that's pretty wild. Wonderful to have you here, as well as Miss Wendy. Good to see you today. That's right. Roll Tide. Thank you, Tiki. Cheese, it's good to see you. Welcome back, guys. Again, I'm pretty sure. Let me double check something. If you have not subscribed, please do that. We need 3 more people to hit 13K, guys. That's all we need, and that is pretty awesome. Thank you to all of you who have gotten us here. You guys rock and roll. I appreciate that so very much. And today we are discussing I should change that background a little bit so it's easier to see us. I always do that and I always forget. Today we're discussing, excuse me, the obvious. What's been right in front of our face this whole time? These points are very good points, guys, that we're going to be breaking down. I'm sure there's some things in here you guys are going to want to discuss for sure. Gloria S12, welcome and congratulations on that. Happy day, Goverse, around 5 months. Thank you so much for being part of our family. We appreciate you so very much. Lisa Winchester, great to see you. Thank you for that. And thank you for those of you that tuned in to Cafe Conspiracy last night as we did the first part of the Antarctica conspiracy. There's so much crazier and more stuff to come on that. I got the build up to the story to the fun parts coming next. I promise you that when we do that again. I hope you guys enjoyed it. For those of you that were there, I hope too many people didn't fall asleep on me. I know some of it was boring, but there's a point to it. At the end of this, there's a whole point to it. So, um, let's see. It's like we got 118 people in the house, 58 likes. We're getting there. Always feisty here. Always feisty here too. Good to have you here. Glad to catch a live. Been in Aussie time. Difference is nuts. Oh yes, yes. We have some of our fam or our crew is in Aussie. Our Aussies too. So I get it. I get it. I get it. So how are you today, Miss Kawanda?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Having a chill day, so it's like, okay, this is a good day for me to come on stage.
Sure.
Yeah, I will say, like, well, this is only like my third time, but I started out like intentionally not looking at chat while I'm up here, but I think because like if someone starts with me, I'm not gonna be able to just let it go. But I'm gonna try today and see.
I
Like,
think everybody's been pretty since every time you come up to speak, they've been pretty understanding and
okay,
very respectful.
so
So
okay, yeah, I'm gonna try today and look at the chat, and then if it doesn't go well, then I'm not looking at the chat anymore.
that's okay. That's your choice, whatever it is. But most people in this community are respectful. We don't get too many that challenge anybody or that are rude.
Mhm.
So I don't think you'll have any problems. You do
Okay,
have,
so
are you on a phone or a computer, Kawanda?
I'm on my iPad.
There's like a weird background noise that's coming. Everything else sounds good, but it sounds like a robotic tone from behind you or something is happening. Whenever you,
Uh,
whenever you talk, it gets like a deep sounding burp, makes that noise.
is that better?
So far, say a couple more things. Oh,
Check one,
there it
two,
goes.
three.
It sounds like a
Okay.
bullfrog. You'll go to talk and it'll go burp.
Okay. Well, Is that okay? Maybe it's my headphones. I can change them.
Just doing that again there. Now I hear it. Hi, Stephen Fillmore. Yes, yes. Kawanda's awesome. I love listening to her thoughts, and her energy is just.
Thanks, Steven. Should I change my headphones?
If it might help, yeah, because sometimes
Okay.
different headphones do that.
Okay, 1 second.
Eddie said it's kind of like a demon possessed voice. Yes, reminded me of a bullfrog when it broke that burp right before she goes to talk. It does that every time. Does she have earbuds? I know people have had problems with earbuds with that before too. Yes,
Okay, is that better?
it's still there, but not as like it was.
Okay,
Are
maybe
you?
let me leave and then come back.
Did you change out your headphones? It might reset you
Yeah.
if you do that. Okay, that's
I
fine. Just hit the
say
same
yeah.
link.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it's usually the headphones or earbuds, depending on what you're using. Oh, it happens. I feel nappy all the time, Turkey Creek. Don't feel bad. Skilla, good to see you today. 137 peeps here, 65 likes. It's getting there, guys. 3 more peeps, 13,000 subscribers. That's amazing. I am so super excited for that, and I really am appreciative of all of you for getting us there. Cyber Ninja 007, welcome. 0077, good to see you. In Stitches in the house, good to see you. Great to have you here. So, like I said, there's 2 videos we're going to break down and review today, bit by bit. They're both very interesting videos. Moonbreaker, good to see you. We're going to be breaking down and going over Miss Lana put out a video last night that is that's where the obvious comes from. And Miss Lucy together a pretty awesome video that we're going to break down as well. And I'm telling you, these people make sense. There's things that we've been looking at the whole time that, what the hell, are we calling it out? Have we called it out? Maybe in some senses, but maybe not as much as we should have. It needs to be paid attention to. Truth, not redaction. It's good to see you. I didn't see the one from this morning yet, but I'm talking about the one from last night, Sweet Pea. It was a great job. Moonbreaker, wonderful to see you, brother. Thank you for being here today. All right. Welcome back, Miss Kawanda. Can you hear me? Audio. Are you there? Sounds like I'm coming. I'm coming through her microphone now. What is going on? Can you hear me? I hear myself through your mic. That's weird. Hello. Okay, she's muted now. Margaret, welcome. Gafat, welcome to you. Yeah, it was pretty bad there.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Do I sound like
I don't hear the echo or I don't hear the bullfrog either now.
Okay.
I think we're good. We're good.
Yeah,
Okay. We
okay.
got rid of the frog and the echo's gone too.
Yeah, I
We're good.
definitely don't want to sound like a demon.
No, it was good. We're good now.
I'm
Good
just not a
stuff.
demon.
Yep. It's all good now. Let's see. UK Jackie, welcome. Good to see you. All right. Okay, so the link is pinned. If you want to join us up here, feel free. Come on up, join us. Let's break it down, discuss it. I'm trying to figure out where I'm going to start. I'm just waiting just a minute or so to allow everybody to jump in. That way we won't have to reverse and start it all over again. Like I said, some of the stuff that comes out, it was really interesting. I'll just put it that way. And it's not like it's stuff that we didn't see. Maybe it's stuff we did see and we weren't really paying attention to it because we're looking at other things. Oh, I don't know. Sarge is in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you today, sir. Thank you for joining us with Yaw News Network, Sarge. Sergeant Friday, just a fact, ma'am. True to it. Welcome back. Good to see you. Thank you for all of you that joined us last night with the Cafe Conspiracy, as we looked into what's the conspiracy behind Antarctica. It was an interesting show for sure. At least the first half was. So, second half gets even more interesting when we get into that. Gracefully Salty, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. All right. I think I'm going to start. Give me 1 minute here. I think I'll start with Lana. We'll go there first. Because that part is the part that really. Well, both the videos are just, they're so good. But 1 minute. More questions, as always, as we have been doing. Let me see. And it's a huge point too, because if you pay attention, you guys, it's interesting. I'll put it this way: it's very interesting because we had 3 people come out all at the same time, one after another, and they're dropping information left and right to us. Okay, and 2 of them are government contractors, and very interesting. And they just throw information at us, and then they run away. One of them I don't trust at all. That would be Chris Holland. There's something about him I just didn't trust. That's my opinion. And again, don't forget, guys. You guys make your own decisions, make your own minds up. You don't have to go along with what I'm saying. I'm just explaining to you my thoughts on things. Thank you for that, Bubbles. Metal Mama, welcome. Exactly. I don't know if I did, if I didn't. Cyber, or I'm sorry, Grayson's mama, welcome. Well, we're going to kind of review that. So, yeah. And we'll discuss some of that stuff, too. So, we're going to start there. And I'm not going to play the entirety of the entire thing. I'm going to scrub through different parts, but there's certain parts that we need to hear all of it on.
Like, Dago, could you do just like a 60-second recap? Because I haven't seen this, so.
Well, she basically goes in and explains, it kind of speaks for itself, and I'm going to let it play, but it kind of
Okay.
explains some things that were, if you understand the background of certain things that were kind of in our face the whole time, with the Moscow PD and the way that all went down with certain things, and then also, the things she
Okay.
breaks down
So just
about.
talking about the bullshit.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely nothing but that.
Okay.
Yes,
All
we're
right.
talking about the bullshit. That's the best way to put it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, let me get back over to the beginning portion of this, and we're gonna go through. I'm skipping through this part because that part's not the part that was important to me. That I wanted to show you guys. Hold on here. Bear with me.
According to Ann Taylor, nobody's been released from their NDAs. How did you do that? This contract is between the defense. The defense and the state had hella expert witnesses, right? List for days.
Here we go.
Especially the defense. They had mitigating experts, right? Separate from the guilt or innocence phase, right? But you guys, every single expert that I've ever talked to in any type of case, they are hired to do a job.
Welcome, Miss Annie.
They are hired for a specific reason, a very, very specific reason. And this contract is between the lawyer and the expert. And then the lawyer, provides the expert with the material. Here you go, for what specifically they are being asked to do. That's it. It isn't like, here you go. Here, oh, you're an expert for my case. Yep. Here's the key. And it's a magic wand key, and you can get into every single piece of discovery.
And that, my friends, is a very important thing that we need to remember with this case. When an expert is hired onto the case, okay, and I know a lot of people get confused about it, and I understand it, because if you don't know what's what, we're not supposed to. We're not legal experts. We're not attorneys. We're not judges. We're not police officers. So, when an expert's brought in, they're brought in to do one specific thing, typically. Okay, like a crime scene expert. They come in to examine the crime scene, break it down, and give their determination as to what they believe happened within that crime scene. That's all they're supposed to do. They're not supposed to do anything else. They're not supposed to tell people, well, I think Bryan did it or didn't do it. It doesn't work that way. This is not how it works. They're not, you know, they're not supposed to look at every single aspect of the case. Now, also though, if they find something that is out of place, I believe my understanding is they're supposed to say something about it to who they're working for and point it out. But they're really not. That doesn't mean that the person they're working for has to take it to heart and do something about it always. But that's just, and to put it in layman's terms, that's how I'm trying to explain that there. But that's their job is their job, and that's their job. End of story. So I just want to point that out too. Let's see here. Where are we at? That's it. Miss Jessie Lynn, welcome, dear. Good to see you.
Now, Lana, why are you talking about this? Well, because we're about to ask for some fucking receipts, right? People want to come out and they want to talk about stuff. They want to write books. Well, Ann Taylor, I think, said it best. When she came out and she said, first of all, there's people that are speaking that I've never talked to in her life. She's never talked to them in her life. Chris Holland came out and told us that. Okay. So I'm over here and I'm like, well, Chris Holland, how the fuck were you able to peer review Turvey's work? How did you do that? Turvey would have had to given you his work. But then you need to have the material that Brent Turvey went off of to get to that point of him having an opinion of whatever. Right? So just like when we asked Chris Whitcomb, hey, where are you writing this book from?
Now, with Chris Whitcomb, okay, when this book came out, okay, it's an interesting read. I'll say that much. But when it came out, he did interviews all over the place, and he told multiple people, Lana included, I'm pretty sure. He told Lee, myself, the people that were over there, Lana. I don't know what he told everybody else, but I think he did make certain statements about, I'll be sending you guys different things, which in turn we took as proof on what you're writing in here. You're going to show us how you got to that point. In some essence, in my opinion, okay? In some aspect, I'm sorry, wrong word. But anyway, that's what I kind of thought, and he did make reference to, I'll be sending this, I'll be sending that, so on and so forth. Okay. I've never seen a thing. I don't believe that she has either, because I know she'd show it. I've never seen anything else sent. We saw one photograph that I believe, that picture of Lana sleeping on the couch, or not Lana, Jesus. Dylan sleeping on the couch that I think Lakeland took. It's the only photograph I think we've seen. We were told there was going to be others. He did tell Lana, I remember that. I think he even told Lana when we did the round table with all of us, that there was a statement made that the other interview, I'm sorry, that he had information he was going to give her, but there's been nothing yet. So, and I think that's what she gets upset about. And I don't blame her, because you said you're going to show us this. We did review the book. We pushed the book. We sold the book for you. It wasn't Lana. You're right, Eddie. Sorry. And then he did it with the custody queens, the same thing. So, all of that stuff. Here's this. So we're pushing this book. All of us are, okay? And saying, you got to read this. There's all this information in here. There's a lot of stuff in here. I'll show you where it came from, this and that. But at the same time, he's asking questions about stuff we've seen. That's questionable. Congrats, Cassie. Happy dig anniversary on 35 months, dear. We love you. I appreciate you being here for sure. Just Jackie, welcome to you. But there's been nothing else. Where's Chris at? It's all gone. He came, he did his thing, and he's gone. Poof. Just like that. So, there in turn, I fully agree with her on this. 100%.
What material? 59,000 files. 59,000 files. Okay, well, I haven't seen a single one of them. And I know that no other person has seen them either. What 59,000 files? Because let's be real. Nobody's writing reports in this case. How many files can there really be? Thank you so much. The best interview of all time anywhere to date. I needed that laugh. Thanks for everything you do, Lana. Thank you a little bit. It's good to see.
He did say he was going to be sending information of sort. He had pictures he was supposed to be sending over. He did say other information. When he talked to Lana, when he first saw Lana, I think she popped up on the interview that Lee did. And he said he was excited to see her, and he said he had so much information for her. Just for her. My understanding is she never received it. Okay? She never received anything. So that is true. So, I mean, I'm just saying, like, this is a good point now. You know, I gave this book, and I'm not downgrading it. Don't get me wrong. What I'm saying is, well, it's been enough time now. Let's see the information to back this up is all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Truly. That's all I'm saying. It's been enough time. Let's talk about it. Like, where is that stuff? Where's that information you're using to support this? We know where some of it come from. That's obvious, you know. But the rest of it, you said, yes, I have this and that, and I can send this to you, and I can show you that, so on and so forth. He said it in different interviews, but there's nothing there. That's the point that I'm making.
Yep. So far, it sounds like maybe Jules was right. She
I
didn't
mean,
trust him
you know,
from the get go.
I'm not one to, like, you know, first off, whoever was in the chat that said I flip-flop, no, I don't. No, I don't. I don't flip-flop nothing. I'm pointing out something. I said I'm giving the book a chance. Those are my words. If you don't believe me, go back and watch my shit. Those were my words. I'm giving the book a chance, okay? And I still am. I'm asking where, like she's saying, she's asking for receipts. Where's the information that you said you could show us to prove this stuff? That's what everybody wants to know and understand. That's all I'm saying. Okay? You have to question everything, folks. There's nothing wrong with accepting information under the pretense that there's going to be something to back it up down the road. That's exactly what was stated. That's all I'm saying.
See you back around if it's the same little bit that I'm thinking of from back in the day, right? Yeah, Tracy, kind of sort of feel the same way with that. You know, if Turvey wanted a peer reviewer, that person would have needed to approve, needed to get approval, and would have had to sign an NDA too. Holland's story is BS. Well, just because of the dynamics of this case is the story BS. Okay. Ann Taylor, I just want to put his face up there. There you go. Ann Taylor, I mean, you guys, people are writing books. People are coming out and wanting to do interviews. Well, do you guys have any idea how many emails I received this past weekend? And I received a couple text messages because people that have my phone number. Do you know how many people asked me?
There's multiple books that are out, you guys. We have Howard Bloom's book that seems to be bullshit now. We have Patterson's book. That's been bullshit the whole time. We have Broken Plea. We have these AI books that have been put out, okay? There's so many of these books, but there's nothing else behind any of this. Nothing.
Yo, wait, Cyray's doing an interview with the custody queens. Do you guys have any idea how many people wrote that to me? So I was like, well, I'll just come out and tell you guys. Yeah. Cyray, I'm a person of, I believe in people's words, you know, they matter. And
I knew this was coming, and I said this the other day. I'm glad to hear that, Annie. I hope that you get something back on it. I said this the other day. As soon as it was stated that the custody queens got an interview with him, I said, wait a minute. Hold on. Stop. Okay? Most everything Lana has said to us, other than things that she has no control over, has come to fruition. If she's got somebody joining her, they join her. If she's got an interview set up for somebody else, it usually happens, and I remember when she told us this probably well over a year ago that she was going to interview Ray, but he said he couldn't do it right now because these documents had to be cleared, and he just wasn't ready yet because he had to make sure that he wasn't under, I guess, the gag or whatever it is, or his own personal gag, because he wasn't just ready yet. My understanding, and if I say it the wrong way, please excuse it. It's hard to explain some of these things, but anyway. Welcome, January and Aries. Good to see you guys. So at that point, we expected that we would see the interview with her. And I'm not degrading or downing the custody queens for doing that. Don't get me wrong. But what does that say to you? Like, that's kind of weird, that he goes to there instead of here. And that was something that we heard a year plus ago. So, again, I'm just saying, before she even says what she says, I was kind of shocked to hear that.
When the plea deal happened, I actually notified Ray that there even was a plea deal. Hey, there's a plea deal. Bryan Kohberger's taking a plea deal, accepting a plea deal. He had no idea. Then it was, he's going to come on my channel when he's allowed to, in terms of his report gets unsealed and he has to be cleared from an NDA. Why would I ever have anybody on my channel when there was a supposed criminal investigation going on because there's a leak? I don't want anybody on my channel that's not supposed to be. I don't want to be associated with any fucking leak, So, yeah. But that was the understanding. Told you guys the same thing. When he's able to speak, he'll speak, right? I just simply told you guys what he told me. Well, I don't believe that anybody's let out of their NDAs.
Well, here's my question, though. We know that this investigation, okay, he's got to be part of the investigation, in my opinion. So we know that they closed out the administrative side of the investigation. That's what we were told, I should say, okay? Let me clarify that we were told that. Then we were told that there's also a criminal investigation into the leak that's going on as well. I haven't seen or heard anything that's been closed. If it is, we don't know that at this point. So I would think that because of the investigation, he shouldn't be able to talk. Now, from what I understand, the custody queen's interview is based on the fact that he can't talk about anything that had to do with the case. He's just going to talk about his book. Is it possible that that's going to be what the extent of the interview is, or do you not believe? Because there's at least one chapter, I think, or at least pieces of each chapter refer to the Bryan Kohberger thing. I don't have the book yet, so I can't tell you. I'm just guessing from things I've heard. That's how it's going to be. I can't imagine they're going to skip over that stuff with the case completely, which would be hard to do, I would think. But I don't know. Welcome, Miss Lori. Good to see you. Saber Sleuth, welcome. Stephen Fillmore, good to see you. Always Feisty here. Good to see you. William Tardy, good to see you, brother. Happy day anniversary on 25 months. Appreciate you very much, my friend. Thank you for that, Bubbles. See, and I, when the case was closed, I questioned that myself about an NDA thing. So that's why I questioned him saying that. The case was closed. It was done. It was over. Bryan was convicted. So where does the gag stand in place at that point? There shouldn't be one. I questioned that the whole time. What's going on with this and how and why? I never understood that. So I even looked it up. Google's Google, where it's not professional, but, I Googled it. When does a gag order void after a case, so on and so forth? Said the same thing. When the case is closed, the case is done. That's the end of story. There was nothing left of the case, so why is there still a gag up? Other than the investigation that was going on. That's the only thing I could think of. So, are they gagged because of are people gagged because of the investigation? That's my question. That's not something I know either. That's the only thing that would make any sense. Otherwise, that's not a true statement to tell somebody that I'm gagged because of this case, because it's over. That's been proven, guys. That's over. So, I have to say, that made me question that.
According to Ann Taylor, nobody's been released from their NDAs. Right?
That's what Ann said. There's my next question. When Dr. Turby came forward and made his statements, Ann snapped back and said what she said, that he was under an NDA, he shouldn't have been speaking on anything, so on and so forth. What I don't understand is, how does that work if the case is closed? I'm confused, you guys. I truly am confused. This is why we're talking about this. I'm learning as you are learning. I know what I know, but I'm learning stuff on this every day. I read as much as I can on it. I try to understand it the best I can, all that stuff. So, again, I don't know. And I reached out to Cy yesterday, and I got back an email that says, which is kind of ironic considering, and I get it, I'm not an attorney. The custody queens are family law attorneys, and I guess maybe he feels safer speaking to an attorney. I don't know. But the response that we got back via email was that Cy, in fact, I'll read it to you. 1 minute. 1 minute. I will read it to you word for word. Because I figured if they're doing interviews, maybe he'll do interviews with everybody. Because I have a copy of his book coming as well. Let me find it right here. Okay, here it is. It says, "Hi, just to follow up, at this time, we're not booking any more interview requests, but we'll keep you on the list of those that are interested when we do decide to book. Thank you." That's the response I got back from his, probably his team or whatever. So, that was that. Okay. So I don't know if it was outside of this interview, if he's only doing interviews with attorneys, so on and so forth. I mean, okay, I understand protection for yourself. I get it. And you don't want to just trust your everyday YouTuber. I get that too. So, and it was actually a decent response. I agree. But I'm just curious. I'm curious to see who else maybe he will interview with. I don't know. We'll see what happens with it.
I mean, Ann Taylor just wrote it out when she felt so like, wow, I'm going to have to make a statement about this because Brett Turby was interviewed. Chris Holland was interviewed. Ann Taylor felt that she needed to come out and make a statement. Why? Because this is absolutely, honestly nuts. Do you know how many cases don't go to trial all the time?
Okay, so Miss Kate, welcome, by the way, says that there's two different things. Court-issued gag order that is now dropped, of course. And then the supposed NDA signed with the defense counsel. The NDA part is what needs to be clarified. That was my question, Kate. I agree with you. So thank you for making that statement, Kate, because that's what I don't know. Is it two separate things? Is it something that's done through the courts? Is it something that Ann Taylor and her staff and her office did separately from everybody else? I agree. There needs to be clarification so that it is fully understood. Welcome, CAO. Thank you for joining us. Move that there. There we go. Welcome, Keitha. I think it is. If I pronounced it wrong, I'm sorry.
Land and plea deals. You know how many times, how many expert witnesses would have been hired in those cases, did work in those cases? We don't hear shit about that.
So we were told yesterday that the book had to be republished. Those were the words that were stated because we were trying to figure out where the book was because it hadn't been received yet. So we were told that they had to republish the book. We weren't given a reason why. That was it. It just needed to be republished. So it's going to be sent out. SRB. When did they say it was? At the end of this month. The copies they'll be distributed at the end of this month. Now I do understand that some people did receive a copy already, but then they had to republish it after the fact. I don't understand if it was Were there cuts that need to be made to it or something? I don't know. Something like that. No idea. I don't know how that works. I've never published a book. Welcome, Yvette. Good to see you. Okay, so yeah, it's the end of this month. It'll be distributed then. Lana got an early copy of the book, probably because she had a contact with Cy. That's my guess. The only thing I can think of. Welcome, Paco. Good to see you. Welcome, Dilly. Good to see you, Junior. Thank you for joining us. That's kind of how it seems to me, true to it. There's somebody that is controlling things still in some aspect, yes. I agree. And I'm sure people are going to disagree.
So here,
I'm sure people are going to disagree with my thoughts and feelings on certain things, but that's okay. I'm sure I'll disagree with other people's thoughts and feelings on things. We're all still the same people. We're all still on the same team, folks. So you guys can disagree, and I could possibly disagree. There's no reason for anybody to get upset with anybody, okay? Understand that. That's not how we do things here. Just keep going forward. We can all have different beliefs. Even if every one of us thought differently about different things, we're still in the same team trying to figure out what the hell happened here. So that's what's important. Don't forget that. Welcome, Mountain Man. Good to see you. Jesse Schul's in the house. Good to see you, friend. Thank you for joining us, brother. I appreciate you very much. Jennifer McLaughlin, welcome. Lisa Otten, CZ, good to see you. D. Garrison. That's a good question, Jesse. I don't know. That's the problem. It's very plausible. Anything is at this point. So, I don't know. Yes, G Bean, exactly.
let's see.
There's a link pin, Jesse. If you want to join us, you're welcome.
Brent Turvey could have potentially, right? Well, first of all, he spoke out and he wasn't supposed to, supposedly, that I'm over here like, well, when's Ann Taylor going to make some type of a move to like do something about it? Because, hey, guess what, Ann Taylor? There's another person coming out. They've already released their book. Okay. But this book is a textbook. So is it different? Well, no, I don't fucking think so. It's a production piece, whatever.
And so for anybody that doesn't understand that, from what I understand after I reviewed this little pieces of it that I know, this book that Cy is putting out is kind of like I guess the best way to explain it is kind of like, she said a textbook. I'm going to say like a handbook. It's more geared towards, I guess, law enforcement and attorneys and people like that to read. It's kind of like a textbook, like she said, handbook, a guide to be able to refer to. And that's my opinion from what I looked at and saw so far. There was little pieces and excerpts you can take a preview of, or whatever you want to call it. Welcome, Josie Bay. Good to see you. So that's my guess on it. That's what she means by textbook, I'm guessing. But I don't think it's still a book. It still explains things that he does and how he does and things like that. So at the same point, I think, it's still going to be interesting. So that's again an opinion I have until I get it in my hand and I can look at it and tell you guys this is what I think of it. That's how it's going to work. So
But how could two people that were hired for two totally different things in very small roles, allegedly, supposedly, because based off of what Ann is saying is that, hey, I know how I hire my experts, and they're just specific to whatever it is that you are.
Maybe that's a good way to put it. Kelly, thank you for joining us. A case that
your field is, whatever your wheelhouse is. Okay.
You're going to love it, Moonlit. You're going to love it. It's an awesome book. And it tells this case inside out. It's the same damn type of story.
Well, I about fell out of my chair when we got to read some of those white pages. We got to see some of like the early release, and I'm over here like, wait. We do understand that people make decisions. Like in an investigation, people. Somebody wrote that affidavit. Somebody knew.
I did not get to read the 40-page preview. I saw a little clip, probably of one of those, Annie, that I looked at, and it kind of read a little bit like a teaching type book to me, is what I was saying. The way I read both live side knows what he's doing, so does Turby. They disagree, and that's okay. Which that's like I said, they don't have to agree on things for it to make any sense. That's a fact. So I didn't get to see that. I'm kind of jealous that you did. Good for you though. That's awesome. But I did see little people. Somebody sent me an email that had a little clip of one of those white page things. I guess it was so.
That the timing, or that the AT&T, the cast, they knew that the phone did not show up at 2:47 because there were still handoffs going on. But they also knew because somebody got the, what do you call it? The surveillance cameras, and they're like, here.
If you want to, Senor, go for it, bro. I appreciate it. If you have the ability to send it to me, I would love to have it. Thank you, sir.
Here we have a car that's going through. It's this white sedan. But the car, when it's going through, like I know when we were reading over the affidavit, we're like, wait a second. Why is it talking about that it's turning on Nevada and it's making like this loop-de-loop thing and then it's coming back around? I was like, something's all crazy about this, right? And basically, at the end of the day, I don't care what system you have in place, you always have humans. And humans are making the decision to not do something or to lie about something. So
this is the biggest point that I took from this entire live she did. And she says this. She brings up system error or malfunction, whatever you want to call it, or human error. Humans have the ability to make a choice, guys, is what she's saying. We can make a choice. They made choices to do the things they did here, and then they lied about it. Okay, that's the difference between system error. Okay, a system mistake is something that is done within the computer flaws or whatever you want to call it. That's different. Human error is a choice. They made a choice, and she's going to explain it. They made a choice to make the decision they made. That's a problem because it's corruption. What they did was corrupt. They lied. Okay, point blank. Period. End of the day. They lied. That's not system error. That is a lie. That's corruption. Period.
I'm so totally in the fucking like Mars here, but I could have sworn that the whole entire world believed that it didn't matter what system was in place, what methodology, whatever. People lied. People lied that were in roles of the prosecutor's role. People lied that were police officers. People lied that were subject matter experts for the state. Does anybody out there feel that was, does everybody understand that? Like, that's what, you look at the affidavit and you're like, okay, multiple people worked on this and they put this all together, right? And they're making statements, right? Throughout a human wrote this. And a human at different points in time knew that what they were writing was a fucking lie. Are we clear about that?
It's a choice.
People chose to lie. This was not a systematic failure. Does everybody understand? Does anybody want to argue that with me?
No, ma'am.
Are we on the same page there?
Yes, ma'am.
That there is no way in hell that it doesn't matter if you had this system in place or that system in place or this, at the end of the day, What we're arguing about is that, and we believe where corruption took place, is that people knowingly lied.
The entire, Kawanda, I'm going to say some bad words. I'm just warning you ahead of time, okay?
That's fine.
Okay, I don't want to scare you. The entire fucking PCA is a lie, okay? It's a complete and total fucking fabricated document. Every bit of it. And they gave us, that was the first document they gave us and said, here it is, here's what happened. It's a lie. Every bit of it. We can go over the PCA if you want to today, guys, and we can pick out the pieces of truth that are in it. I want you to help me find them. Okay? But it's a lie. That is a legal document that came out in regards to the case to tell us what happened within the case. It's a lie. It's fully and 100% fabricated, in my opinion. Period. It's a joke. And the man that wrote it knew when he was writing it that he was lying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, okay? I know, I'm sorry I get upset over this because it's an absolute fact. This blew me up when she was talking about this. She was like getting me heated, and then Lucy puts out a video that got me heated. It's all bullshit, folks, and it's enough. It's absolute. That entire fucking document's a lie. And nobody called anybody out on it. Why is that is what I don't understand. Not one person got called out on it. And then the prosecutor comes down the road and says, well, it's irrelevant. We don't need it. Are you serious? Are you serious? That's what the basis of the case was. The whole case was based on this document. Moving on.
Right? That's always been my stance here, is that if people knowingly lied, and it was multiple people, okay, people were okay with knowing that Bethany and Dylan, their phone records.
Oh, there we go. Eliza Mastiff filed a motion to suppress the affidavit and arrest warrant, and it was denied. Surprise. Gee, why? All you have to do is read it and know the case and know that it's a lie. It's all lies. But they denied that motion. Surprise.
When compared to their statements, it's two different things, right? They should be mirroring each other to show that they're one's all thoughts authenticating the other, more or less, right? No, but they're not, right? So you have a human who's deciding, right, what to write down.
It's a choice. You had a choice. You didn't have to make the decision you made. But you did.
Do you believe that the probable cause affidavit for the arrest of Bryan Kohberger is a result of systematic failure?
No. By no means is it systematic failure. A person, just like you and me, picked up a pen and wrote down word for word what was in the affidavit. Word for word. It wasn't the system that did it. It was his hand and his mind that created that document. End of story. It was a choice.
Does anybody believe that the probable cause affidavit that was issued and all the statements that were made, was that a systematic failure?
Absolutely not.
I don't believe that for one fucking second. How they're saying yes, you think it was systematic failure? How would that possibly be a systematic failure? That is not systematic failure. That an affidavit that had so many known falsehoods That is corruption. That is people lying. If you know that a phone did not shut off at 2:47 and you're putting in an affidavit that the phone stopped reporting to the network at 2:47, meanwhile, you know that the phone still reported all the way until 2:54 and some change, right? That's what you call a lie. That is a human characteristic failure. That is human. That is a...
Yeah, I guess that's a good way to put it. Moscow Police Department is a systematic failure. Payne Mowry operated off an outdated template, fabricated findings to give the appearance of probable cause. That's a good point. We can put that out there. The entire department is a joke because each one of them did what they did with the basis of making their own decision. Okay? Period.
Human did that. A human did that. It doesn't matter what system you will ever be in life, what your foundational fucking bullshit is. If you have shitbag motherfucking humans in a system, do you change the system or you get rid of the shitbags? What do you do?
You get rid of the shitbags, folks. You fix the problem.
Last time I checked as a basketball coach and as a golf coach, okay, what do you do?
Sarge says that's why they had Payne write it. He was clueless and wrote what he was told. He was a yes man. I said that before. In my opinion, Officer Payne was a yes man. They said, here, take this pen and that paper and you go write this story real quick for us. Yes, sir. Didn't ask a question because he was made the head detective on a case that he had no experience or no reason being at the head of. And truly and honestly, if you look at all the documents and whose signatures on him, he wasn't the head detective. It was his face. That was it. No. I think he was clueless to what he was doing, okay? I don't think he knew what he was supposed to be doing. I think they told him what to do and he did what he was told. That's my opinion. Again, okay, let me rephrase it. Let me rephrase it because Miss Lucy did make a statement. I agree with her this way, okay? But I don't think that, I guess I need to rephrase it because of the way I said how I said. Okay, he knew what he was doing, but he didn't challenge it is what I guess I'm trying to say without saying it the right way. He just did what he was told, I think, because he was put in the position he was. Okay, does that make sense? Does that make more sense than saying it that way? I agree that he knew what he was writing down was wrong. He knew this, he knew that, but he didn't challenge anything. If he would have been a respectable detective, he'd have said, wait a minute, this didn't happen this way. Hold on, that wasn't right. Wait a minute, I don't remember this being this way. But he didn't do any of that. He just wrote what he was told to write, in my opinion, and handed it over. That's what I was trying to say. Sometimes I get fumbled over my own words. My apologies. It's a joke, the whole thing. So my apologies for spitting craziness. When I get worked up, I say things the wrong way sometimes. So again, sorry. It didn't come from a computer. That's the point. It came from him personally, the man that wrote it. And I said, when did I say it? And I have a bad feeling that it's still probably going to happen. Well, I guess it's not a bad feeling. It's a feeling that it's going to happen. I said probably a year ago that all of this is going to come out and Payne's going to get thrown under the bus. Nobody else will, but he will. Because he's the one that did a lot of this. My opinion is that Blaker was the lead detective on this case because his name is on everything. But he's not going to be held accountable, I don't think, is all I'm saying. That's a good way. Useful idiot for plausible deniability. Thank you for saying that. It's a good point.
Last time I checked,
That's a good
you
point,
call out
Sarge.
the lies. You call out the liars, right? You call them out. I've never read so much word salad in my motherfucking life like I have the past 2 days after I was back and not sick anymore. The amount of word salad that I've read in the past 2 days since Friday has been absolutely unbelievable.
all they put out, though. Word salad with bullshit dressing.
You guys,
the next thing she goes into is another point I wanted to have made today, too.
how can anybody say anybody is innocent or guilty or not guilty when the entire case was built off of lies to include the time of the crime? You cannot even substantiate the time of the crime in this case.
Nope. And I told you guys, I've been saying the only thing we know that to be a factual statement or truth thereof is that the victims died the day that they died. That's the only thing out of this that I've seen that's true, that we know is true, period.
Because the information that you would need to do that with, to be able to have multiple ways to see what time this happened, they've never been. Kaylee's phone has not been downloaded. There is nothing from that cell phone.
If it has, they haven't given it to us. And I keep saying that I still struggle with the fact that they haven't been able to get into her phone. I said that many a times. I don't believe that they did not comply with the agencies that were working on this. I don't believe that Apple didn't comply, is what I'm saying. And Kaylee didn't work for the fucking CIA. Okay, I don't believe that her phone was encrypted to the point that nobody could get into this, not with the Secret Service being involved and Homeland Security being involved and the FBI being involved. So I do believe that they were able to get into her phone. There's no way I'll believe that they didn't. What I don't believe, or what I do believe, is that they're hiding that. For some reason, they're hiding it, in my opinion. I believe they broke into her phone, got into her phone, whatever it is they had to do. And at that point, whatever's in that phone is being withheld. That is what I believe has happened. There's a reason for it. That's my opinion, truly. They said that, JC.
If you were only given 1/10 of something, how could you report or ever have anything to say about the entire pie of anything when you only got 1/10 of something or 1/100th of something? How do you have the confidence level to literally write about something and try to rewrite history?
Bingo. That's my point right there. Miss Potts says Secret Service absolutely got everything from her phone, and they are not obligated to provide it to anyone, which is a fact. I understand that. The point is if they're still trying to claim that phone has not been broke, they didn't get into it, I don't believe that, okay? I just don't. I fully agree with Annie's point right there that there's no way in hell, because I had people saying, well, Dago, Apple doesn't allow people to get that bullshit. No. I know they've done that, and maybe you'd have that struggle with MPD or Pullman PD or somebody like that, but when you get the Secret Service or the FBI involved, they're not going to not comply to them. No way in hell. Okay, so 100%. And they don't even care if Apple denies them. They have their ways. They get into things when they need to, how they need to. You're not going to stand against them. That's all I'm saying. So there's no way they didn't get into her phone. It's just not being turned over. It's just not being shown. That's all there is to it. I have my own feelings as to why, and I'm sure Annie's right. You know, they don't have to give it to anybody. They don't have to show any of that stuff. I just feel like there's a different reason. That's all. So, again, these are my opinions. Nobody has to agree with me. I fully understand that, okay? But that's my belief. There's no way that phone they're still locked out of that phone. No way in hell.
How the fuck do you do that? Well, it's not going to happen on my channel. I'm not going to allow it. We go out and get the receipts here. We go out and get all these FOIAs and do all the public requests. We ask people if we're going to have somebody on. We're asking them questions. And whatever question I have for you, and you give me an answer for it, I'm not just like, yeah, okay, that's okay. Next question. No. What? How do you know that? Where'd that come from?
It's called investigative work, something that MPD didn't do. Okay. You ask a question, you get an answer. That response, if it doesn't fully cover your question, you do follow-up questions, folks. With anything within something like this. That's what the police department should have been doing. That's what all the agencies should have been doing. They didn't do it. So, yeah, I agree with her. If you're going to talk to somebody, you're going to get, a full coverage answer to this.
And there has not been a single fucking receipt. We go and we want to hold, like, hey, this investigation. Oh my God, can you believe this shit? Like, nobody was brought down to the station. Nobody was ever like, there might be some audio recordings, but how many of these are video recorded? When somebody says something to you in an interview, then you have to go and corroborate it, right? Where is any of that at? Where is the reporting of it? How is this investigation moving from point A to point Z when you're not documenting anything? How is that going to change just because you want to change you think you're going to change a system? These humans were fucking in emails, writing people, do not use your radio. Do not approach people. Do not do this. Do not do that. The fuck are you talking about? That is a person deliberately saying to do that. Like, don't do this. Don't do that. Nobody's making reports. Nobody knows when anything happened.
Corruption.
And then to literally see people bailing people out of those situations. I don't understand what's going on here.
Not one person called that. Not one person called anybody out on that either. Nobody.
The only thing that is, when you want to talk about the system is broken, is because we're not able to hold accountable when people do something when they don't do something right. What's happening to them? What happens to you when you get to have your report still in because I didn't operate in bad faith. It was the good faith exception rule. Fuck that. Good faith, my fucking ass. How is it in good faith? How is it possible? Okay. How is this possible that when a report gets written?
Absolutely. Absolutely, Ms. Potts is saying that the Secret Service knows precisely what happened here. And I'm going to say, even to piggyback that, any agency that was involved here knows exactly and precisely what happened here, in my opinion. Every aspect of it is known to every agency involved in this case, in my opinion. If you want to discuss it, you think I'm wrong, let's discuss it, because I want you to show me how and why you think they don't. These people aren't fools. These people aren't Keystone cops. These people aren't, Andy and Barney from Mayberry, folks. They know what the fuck they're doing. They work for these agencies for a reason. These agencies are brought in to do these things. There's no fucking way they don't know precisely what happened. None of them. Period.
Guess what, guys? It has to be approved by somebody before it's submitted. So that means, how are you reading a report and actually knowing what the report even?
The Secret Service is brought in, Ms. Potts just described the reasons why they would be brought in CAO. They were brought in for the electronic devices, from my understanding, to be able to get into these things, so on and so forth. That's why they were involved. There's different variations, not variations, but different levels of the Secret Service. They don't just protect the president. They do a bunch of other things as well. I know a lot of people were confused about that in the beginning. There it is right there. They investigate financial and electronic crimes designed to exploit or attack the nation's banking, payment, and telecommunications, which would be your cellular services, all that kind of stuff. So yes, thank you, Annie, for explaining that better. Yeah, they handle a whole lot more than just the presidency.
And says if it doesn't make sense to you, if you're part of this investigation and you read a report and you're just like, what is that? Like, you approve the report. How can we have an opinion on somebody's innocence or guilt before you ever take a job? Like, if you're an expert, how do you have an opinion on something? Like, right when you're called, to take a case. The one thing that I love that Turvey said was that I'm not here for that. I'm here to examine the evidence, right? Exactly. Stay right there. You're here to do a job. Whatever the job was that you were hired through, that attorney hired you to do a job, right? Perfect. And you're going to have your reasons that you stand behind X, Y, and Z because of what you learned throughout your whole existence, right? All your education, all your experience, all that shit. Awesome.
And one thing I need to point out, if I already haven't, and I know I've done this in the past, that before other shows, I need to repoint this out again. This is what bothers me. It may not bother some of you, but it does bother me. 2 of the 3 people that have come forward now and made statements and dropped the information they have, 2 of them are self-proclaimed contractors with the government. That's just not an everyday job, folks. You just don't become a contractor with the government. And both of them claim that they were contractors for the FBI. That's not how that works. Okay. Go look into it. Google it. Read into how that works. Two of them came forward and said that they were contracted through the government to go to other countries and do different things with the FBI. Okay. Just think on that for a while. Government contractors. 2 out of 3 of them. That bothers me a little bit. I'll just put it there. Very sticky pies, my friend.
How come Chris's book had not one single photo in it?
None.
The only demonstrative piece from that book, and by the way, that book went all the way up to the top because of all of our channels.
And it doesn't show, like, it gave descriptions of things in the book, okay? Didn't show one photograph to back any of those descriptions or anything. Now, I will say, this book here is an AI book. I know it is, okay? It's called Already Inside, Maddie Mogan's Last Message to the World, The Guest Theory, okay? By C. Mars. There's photographs all through this book, folks, okay, that show what they're describing. And this is an AI book, mind you. Remember AI when we talk about books, for what we're going to get into a little bit down the road here. Kathleen, congrats on 3 months. Thank you for being part of the community. We love you and appreciate you. We're glad that you're part of our family, and happy day-anniversary. And I'm just saying, maybe it doesn't need to have pictures in his book, but I would imagine with some of the things that were described in the book, you'd have a photograph of some sort or a depiction to show and describe what you're showing. Just my opinion.
Because of us promoting this book. Why are we promoting it? Think about it. I shouldn't have been promoting that book. Why?
Think about that, Amanda.
Because he didn't show.
Why in the Brad Norton and Steve G text that came out did Steve say during his complaints of Ellie early on that I know exactly when they got into Kaylee's phone. I don't know how. I don't know why he said it either. Either because he did, or it was just another statement that he made that he didn't have anything to back it up with. He did do a lot of that. We know that. Maybe they told him, yeah, we got into her phone. Don't worry about it. And he believed it. That could be possible too. Remember that.
Show me anything. I know more about the case than Chris will I will ever know about that case. About this case. Why are experts coming to us and not mainstream media?
Bingo. Huge question right there.
To be honest, ask yourself how many people bought a book from all the channels that are in the true crime community that have been covering the Idaho 4 case.
Nobody would have known about it unless we all talked about it. It's a good point and a grand possibility, Miss Annie.
So let's get to the tough questions. What are you guys going to do when you hear that Cy Ray's theory of this case completely differs from Brent Turvey's theory of this case? Why is one person allowed to talk and the other person's not allowed to talk? Why are either one of these people speaking about something that they signed their name to that they would not?
Hey, Dago, can I say something?
Yeah, sorry, buddy. I should have welcomed you. My apologies. Good to see you here today. Thanks for joining me, buddy.
Yeah, all good, bud. Hey, you know what? This kind of goes back to when Ann kind of put that statement out before Turvey did his interview there. Like she was saying, watch what everybody says, and you know what? She could have possibly been 100% on the money, because now all of a sudden we're hearing two different sides of the coin to the same story. Now we don't know which one is right, and apparently they both represent the defense. So now we're just going to have a split community again.
And what did I say when this all started? What did I say?
No, you were absolutely right. This is going to split the community.
Divide and conquer.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think like two things can be true. Like Chris and Turvey can be shady, and then Ann could also have not done the best job with the case. So I don't want it to be like a side. Like they're all like they all have faults.
Of course, that's
and
possible.
The truth is always somewhere in the middle.
Agreed. I can fully agree with that. Two things can be right at the same time. We know that. We've talked about that before. It's all based on how you see it and what we know, though. Like I said, and I'm not throwing Ann under the bus. Okay, I'm not throwing anyone under the bus. I'm watching this all play out for how it is. What I'm going to say though is that there are things that I don't trust about certain things. I'm questioning everything and everyone.
Yeah.
And I think we all should do that. I'm not saying to get, to go and attack somebody right away or anything like that. I'm saying we need to question it all. Like she was saying, and I fully agree with that. These are people. People are people. End of story. Okay. It's not just one entity doing all this. It's the entire kit and caboodle. Okay. The whole of everything is involved in this. Absolutely. It's not just Moscow PD. It's not just the ISP. It's not just the FBI. It's not just Bill Thompson. It's out. Everything involved is involved. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off when you started talking.
Okay. And yeah, like I know you're not talking to me because I understand it, but
no, I'm just talking in general.
Yeah. I know, but it's just like it's kind of annoying to me that you have to say that. Like it's annoying to me that you have to say that because I just think that should be obvious for everyone, but I guess it's not that obvious. But I mean, just like I think it's always just good to take a step back and look at the big picture. Like even under the bestest of conditions and the most like ethical and by the book investigation, you
Uh-huh.
still have to question everything.
Always.
So when you have something that's like literally on the opposite of the end of the spectrum, and we can't even trust the documents. Like we can't trust the footage they send us. We can't trust the documents. We can't trust anyone. So we have to be hyper vigilant in terms of asking questions. And asking questions isn't a bad thing. It's like literally as a country, we need to be asking more questions. We don't ask enough of questions.
Right. I agree. I do. Thank you, Juror 13. I can't tell what that hit towards our goal, but God bless. I appreciate it, my friend. You're amazing. But yeah, and I know most of the people in this community know this. They know um that everything needs to be questioned and
Hmm.
verified and clarified and looked at, and it would, under a microscope for sure. There are people out there that don't do it though. Like I said, they get
Hmm.
one side of the story, they believe that side of the story, and that's all that matters to them. The police can do no wrong. The prosecutor's office did no wrong. You're kidding me. Like they refuse to see it in any other way
At
because
this
that's
point, is there anybody that's done anything right?
I mean, that's a great question. That's a great point,
Yeah.
sir. Is
A
there?
shorter list.
Yeah. Which list is longer?
Like, yeah, again, it comes down to Dago. I mean, we'll never know the truth unless it comes up and bites us.
And that's the problem with the other side of that. Like I said, we were talking about. We were told, a couple of us were told, that there's a grand possibility that there's going to be a couple whistleblowers come forward. Law enforcement whistleblowers. Is that happening now, or is that still coming? And let me ask this question next, because we have been talking about this with like JJ and stuff like that. Let's say other people do come forward and they're whistleblowers. Are we to believe them right away?
No.
I can't. I don't know about,
Everyone has to be vetted.
and that's the problem. That's the entire problem.
Like we're doing an investigation, people. Like
And a lot
just
of
we're doing an investigation.
that's it. And when a lot of what has happened is when Chris released his book, it was dead silence. We haven't had any new information. We haven't had any real information that we can all trust. A lot of people were anxious and wanted to know something, that seems to be truthful, something that is different than what we were told, something that goes against the grain. A
Hmm.
lot of people ran in and were like, oh my God, yes, 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 yes. And I'm not saying that everything in that book is wrong, but I'm not going to say everything in that book is right either. Okay.
Yeah.
It's just, it all should have been verified. And that's going back to what I said in the beginning of the show. He portrayed that he was going to do that. Don't worry, don't worry. I'll have
Yeah.
plenty of stuff that I'm going to be showing you guys as verification. I have photographs for this, and we were told, if I remember, when we were with Crimes After Dark, when we first got the notice of the interview with him and everything, and that there was going to be crime scene photographs that we hadn't seen yet, and documents that we hadn't seen yet that were released, and all this stuff. That was all
Yep.
told, and Landon was told the same thing. I believe that Sam and Kristen were told the same thing. I don't know. Birdie probably was too.
Yeah.
Nobody got a damn thing. Not one person got anything. I think we got that dumbass picture of Dylan on the couch. That's probably, as far as I can remember, that was it.
It must have got lost in the email there.
Must have, yeah. Because then it just, even during the interview that we were talking to him behind the scenes, he was making statements then and then backpedaling those statements. Oh wait, no, I can't give, like he told Lee, I can show you this and this, this and this, and then and when Lee brought it back up, he completely backpedaled. He was like, "Oh, I didn't say I could do that." Wait, yes, the fuck you did.
Yep.
I think the problem here is this. You know what? I liked Mr. Whipcomb. I really did. I thought he had a great personality. Everything else.
Can I tell you why?
I just honestly don't feel. It's my opinion. This is my opinion only. This is not nobody else's problem, but in my opinion, I don't actually think he himself did any of the research.
Yeah. Same.
Oh, I know he didn't. And I'm going to show you guys a little bit more about that here in
Literally
just
had
a little
talking
bit.
points. Because you could tell when his talking points weren't good enough because he just started saying different stuff or would
Did you
change the topic.
did you
Or,
realize how many questions he asked all of us? Remember back in the interviews. Think about how many questions he was asking us.
mm-hmm.
A lot
Well,
of
yeah,
people didn't.
he
A lot
tried
of
to make.
people didn't catch that.
I just feel like
Yeah.
he was trying to make himself feel wise or whatever. I mean, I guess
Mm-hmm.
to have your name put on a book, you kind of have to, make a stand for yourself and say, hey, yeah, this I'm putting my name behind it, so I gotta try it. I think he honestly thought he could wing it and get through the questions, and they're going to be super simple.
Yeah.
I honestly think this is what's happened here.
When I jump to the next video that Lucy put out, you'll understand him a little bit more, I think. He did ask us, there were certain things we would ask him, and then he would come back with, well, I did you guys see this document? Did you guys get to see that?
Mm-hmm.
Was that put out? That's what I mean by him asking us questions. Things that he seemed to be unsure of. That made me
Yeah.
nervous. I'll be honest with you. That immediately made me nervous. Like, hold up. Like, what do you mean, dude? You know what I'm
Did
saying?
we see
And
it?
you said that
Mhm.
you liked him. I did too. I do like him. But that's what we're supposed to do. He's very good at what he does.
Yeah, I mean,
He worked for the government, guys. He's supposed to be
yeah.
likable.
He's an FBI agent. They are
And
trained to have people like them.
and I'm
They are trained to be able to BS. They are trained to be quick on their feet.
and
I'm
don't
sorry, but there's not one person that I like to go see when I'm renewing my driver's license. I do not like any of them.
I understand. I do.
No, as an FBI agent, not just a government, like specifically
But that's the thing though, is
agents.
he's a likable person too, okay? Plus, he's a musician, and at me being a
Hmm.
musician, that made me automatically want to like the guy. There's different things
Yeah.
about him, and I'm not saying he's not a good person, okay? I'm not saying he's not a nice person.
Mhm.
The backside of that's the different side of it that we don't quite get, okay? That's what bothers
Yeah.
me. And this is the point. When you guys see Lucy's video, it's going to make things a lot clearer about Chris, in my opinion. It really is.
Oh, sorry,
Um,
not FBI, CIA contractors. Sorry about
like
that.
I said, when anybody proclaims that they went and they contracted for the FBI to go overseas to do something, the FBI doesn't have contractors, folks. Just remember that statement. That's all it is. It's not a big thing. It really isn't. That means you're doing something different for a different agency, in my opinion. Okay. That's all I'm saying. So, a little bit more of what Lana's got to put out here. That there's another part of this that was really important about, what's been in front of our faces the whole time, blah, 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 so on and so forth. She's absolutely right. I agree with that. And then I'm going to jump to this other video I really want you guys to see because she did a great job with this next one.
Honestly, when it comes to the truth, I trust no person more than I trust Lana.
Well, of course. That's at this point, and I never would have imagined any of us, think about it. Do any of us remember ever imagining that we would never be able to trust anybody in a criminal case ever? I mean, you don't want to trust the criminal. But at this point, in this case, who's the criminal?
Yeah, and I
Answer
would
that
say,
question.
sorry.
Nobody knows, do they? Can you give me, either one of you two, give me a definite answer?
Well, that's funny.
The criminal.
Nothing, because Brent Turvey is full of shit. Why do you say Brent Turvey's full of shit?
Hold on. Sorry, that wasn't supposed to jump on yet. Can either one of you guys tell me who you think the criminal in this case is, or criminals are in this case?
Yeah, the whole lot of them.
Yeah, the entire institution.
Pick and choose, right? Everybody, in
Yeah.
my opinion, everyone. Because we don't really truly know. Is Bryan the
Yeah.
one? I don't think so. Is MPD the one? Well, Is the
Definitely.
prosecutor one? Is it Ann Taylor? Is it Chris Whitcomb? Is it Dr. Turvey? Is it Chris Holland? Doesn't mean shit to me, in my opinion. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
He didn't
he's
do
a
any good.
weirdo.
He didn't do anything. So I just completely subtract him from the equation. But he still came forward to do peer review on
Mhm.
somebody that he learned from. That makes no sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me. You're doing peer review from somebody that taught you what you're doing.
And the
Basically, he
families
told
aren't
you what to
completely
say.
innocent, and the families aren't even. Well, some of the families aren't even completely innocent in this. I mean, they're making death threats against somebody.
I agree with you. That's wrong. Fully and absolutely. That is not the way this goes. and never should. Even if you're upset, I understand you're grieving, you're in the anger phase or whatever phase you're in. I get it, but you don't do that. Okay, that doesn't make you any better, in my opinion. Exactly, like Lucy said. What comes first, the chicken or the egg, guys? Can we make that? Can we decipher that? And no, we can't. This is insanity. This is why I hate this fucking case.
Yeah.
But we're at least we're understanding this. At least we're seeing this. Okay? As to where there's a lot of people that are completely blind to this. Completely blind, no lie. Now, there's also a group of people that are seeing it for what it is and they're denying it. Because one, I think they don't want to accept the fact that it's possible, and two, because they fear how and why this could happen. Those are my opinions again.
Yeah, and I think along what you're saying, Dago, like those people are definitely frustrating. And especially to people who think like us, but I try to have a little bit of like grace for them because honestly, they're a product of our environment. Like we've been propagandized and
Yes.
brainwashed, since we came out of the womb. And so it's like if you're in an environment where that's happening to you and you don't know that it's happening to you, you think like that's what you believe, when a lot of people don't realize they don't actually believe that is what they're being told, and they have this false sense of like freedom of thought.
Yeah, I agree. Like I said, a more simpler, kind of ignorant way to put it is most of us swallowed the blue pill and have been trying to throw it back up since we swallowed it so that we could take,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? That's exactly what I mean. And what I meant by the whole, I'll explain that other stuff later, but oh, did I hit it? Thank you so much, SRB. God bless. And thank you guys who helped us to hit 13K. You guys are amazing. I love you, every single one of you, so very much. And I am beyond grateful to all of you for that. Thank you, and thank you so much. So I I seen Annie made a statement up here that I do need to. Okay, so she said the FBI absolutely contracts overseas. They have over 60 legal attaché offices operate. Well, maybe that's correct. Okay. My thoughts has always been that when somebody is working with the FBI, I was trying to simplify it based on what I was saying. That when they're working with the FBI and they do a contract job overseas, in my opinion, they move up and they're working more along the lines of the CIA level is what my thoughts have always been. That's what I was trying to say. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. That's how I've always seen that and how I've always understood it. So maybe there are other things that are FBI related that are done that. I've always figured that once they do it, they move into that position, they're doing stuff like that, they're moving up to a higher level agency is what I've always understood. So again, my apologies if I'm wrong. A little bit more.
Both of these people are going to violate an NDA that they signed.
Thank you, True Seeker.
Allegedly, supposedly, because Ann Taylor is going to have the same issues that she had with Brent Turvey, right? She's going to have those same issues with Cy.
You would think. I would think there would
But how
be.
about this? How can you literally look at the public record speaks for itself? We have all the photos.
I'm going to let this play for 1 second and refill my coffee cup. I'll be right back. If you need me to back up, let me know.
How are you going to sit here and try to tell me, or how to try to tell any of you guys out there that crime scene is not manipulated in some type of way? How are you going to sit here and try to tell me or any of you guys out there that the state just got lucky? And that's just one killer, it's Bryan, and that it's not cleaned up in any type of way. Wait, what? I'm curious as to why we have to talk about integrity. It goes across the board, right? Because everybody's always like, well, you didn't sign an NDA, so you can say, you can talk about this, that, and the other. I just can't, because I'm like, Chris, I get it. You're not violating a gag order. You weren't part of anything. You can do whatever, but somebody gave you something, right? And yet, don't you want to like maybe back it up with a little bit of something like, show me a federal investigative report versus something that could have taken all the docs, could have been, submitted out, and then they were entered into some AI shit, and then it produced you a book, and you fucking slapped your name on it, and here it is. I haven't seen one receipt from anybody that has put out a book, that has put out like of what, and the big receipt that I want to see your contract with Ann Taylor. That's the receipt I want. Show me your contract with Ann Taylor where she is saying this is what she's hired you to do. And then list out specifically every single report which you were provided in the discovery. That's the receipt I want. And I won't be asking you a question that is outside of that because you do not possess the knowledge. You do not have the evidence. Contrary to what you may say, that's a fucking lie. You don't have it. It was never supplied to you, and you would just be speculating. And usually these experts, they got so many cases going on, right? They got to do other cases. They don't have time. They're not looking at it like how me and you are looking at it. Do you think that they've read any of the stuff that people can say, oh, there's no relevance in this, that, or the other? Fuck, there is. There was people that night that said that they were working a plain clothing operation on federal money.
Okay, here we go. This is the other thing I wanted you guys to see, and I wanted to break down with you guys. This is interesting, and this is something we've talked about before. We're going to get a little bit more into it because I think this is important, folks. This is what I think has been in front of us the entire time. Maybe people have seen it. Maybe they haven't. Not everybody has been looking and paying attention to this stuff, but this is important, very much so. Thank you so much, Angie B. Thank you to all of you that have gotten us to this 13,000. You guys are, I can't even explain to you how amazing you guys are for all of you supporting us. I absolutely love and adore each and every one of you, whether you're a creator in here or whether you're just a community member. Every one of you are just as important to me and have made this happen, and I'm beyond grateful. Josabel, welcome to the sauce. I just think I missed something over here. I swear I did. Thank you, SRB, for that. Because I'm looking now, and did somebody drop memberships in here? I swear to God, I saw that happen. But I didn't see it happen, but I see it at the top of my chat. Hold on, I don't want to miss out on that. Did you do it, Sluther? You probably did. You sure did. Sluther gifted 20 memberships, but why didn't it show up in my chat? Or was I too busy complaining? Probably. Did you shave, Moto? You look younger today. Way younger, like little kid younger.
Yeah, I did shave.
I just noticed that. I looked over like, why do you look like a 12-year-old? What happened there, buddy? You look way younger, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't tell who received the memberships because it's not showing me it in chat. But Sluther, thank you so much, hon. God bless. I truly and honestly, there they are. Or nope, that's Lab. Lab dropped 5 memberships. I can't see. Give me 1 second, you guys. We'll get right back to this. This is important because you guys deserve to be thanked the right way. Jennifer McLaughlin, Terry Weed, Donna, 2013. Graham K, Stacy Cole. All of you, congrats and thank you so much for that, Lav. Thank you, Lisa Auden. God bless. I appreciate that. Here we go. I found them. They're way up here. Luther dropped 20 memberships. Looks like Keitha, Davey White, Aries Spire, Sarah D. Irish. By the way, make sure you guys are following Sarah on Twitter and on YouTube, guys. Sarah has put together an amazing package for this case for us to be able to keep up with, and thank God for her. Thank you so much, Sarah, for what you do. Always feisty in here. Peanut 65007, Anne Marie, Lesanne, Grammy Tammy, Carly Ray Savage, True Love Has Four Paws. That's cute. KP, MN, Mom times 2, Michelle Davis, Kendall, Kimberly Joe, Mod Squad, Petty Crocker. I love that name. That's hilarious. CLK Creation Designs, Lady Leadchucker. I love that name too. Suzanne Downing. Oh, okay. All of you guys, thank you so much for that. Those memberships. Labs and Luther, God bless. You guys are amazing. Thank you so very much. You guys rock and roll. We got 3. It looks like William Tardy dropped a $5 super chat. DJ Frankie Fitz says, and they were prepared to put an innocent man up against the wall, shoot him. We all know there was a cleanup since Whitcomb book. Dropped another super chat as well as Juror 13. Thank you very much for that. We have Kathleen Bell, Josie Bay. Kathleen Bell celebrating 3 months. Happy day anniversary again to you, and becoming becoming a member. So congrats to all you guys on all that stuff. I'm sorry. I was in a mode and I didn't want to. I was in the midst of complaining, so I didn't get to congratulate everybody the way I should. So I'm so sorry for that. And we will get right back to where we were at. Welcome back, Miss Rwanda. Kawanda. Good Lord, I can't talk today. Sorry, you guys. Back to where we were. All right. Congrats to all the new meatballs jumping in the sauce with us. You too, Davey. I appreciate you very much, my friend. Very much. Too much coffee? It feels like it. I just got another cup, too. Well, I got wired and really ramped up watching Lucy's video and Lana's video from last night. And I was, with my coffee, I was hyped for sure.
I don't blame Lana. I like, honestly, if I was her, I'd be pissed because, I mean, she gave that Cyray guy so much credit, and she kind of pumped him up quite a bit, especially when all that stuff was going down, right?
I agree. Yeah, I said in the beginning when I heard that, and it's nothing against the custody queens, and I can kind of understand it to an extent because they're attorneys, okay, and I think maybe to protect himself, that's why he would do that, and that's probably why I got the response I got. I'm not an attorney. I'm a nobody. So that would make some sense, but he did promise her and told her he would do this with her, so I kind of felt bad for her in that sense.
I don't see, I see the safety net as them being attorneys, but I mean, I don't see how that has any bearing on who he speaks to. Like, why would he pick an attorney over, somebody that wouldn't be, honestly, I'd feel safer speaking to somebody that's not an attorney, because if you're speaking to somebody that's an attorney, they can catch you up.
Well, I mean, that could be. Maybe. Go ahead.
Oh, I said no shade to the custody queens, but I think maybe part of it was that he didn't want to talk to Lana because she knows all this stuff inside and out, up and down, diagonal. The custody queens, they're great, but Lana, she's been doing this for years.
Yeah, but if he's teaching a class at Homeland Security, he should have enough confidence and feel confident that he has enough wits to honestly take a few hardballs from Lana.
Oh, I have no doubt. Cy is a genius in his field, in my opinion. I've always had a high respect for what he does. He knows what he's doing. I have no doubt in my mind. And I don't know if it's because he didn't trust Lana's curiosity, maybe because Lana does have a lot more invested in this than the custody queens do. They're newer. Maybe he
Yeah.
doesn't. Maybe Cy didn't realize what they know or don't know. I feel like he was doing it to protect himself. That's my opinion, of course. I could be completely wrong. Just
Wait,
saying.
and sorry, just to clarify, he said that he was gonna come on her show and then he just ghosted her, or he said no?
He told her last year, I think it was about last year, that he would join her for an interview
Okay.
after the NDA expires and he's clear from a gag order, basically, is what he stated. And then the case closed, and he should have been cleared from all that. And he was kind of doing his own part, kind of like gagging himself for a period of time. My understanding is until things cleared up a little bit, I guess. I don't know. And then he jumped on their show. And I was just kind of like, ugh, that's kind of rough. Because I love Lana to death. And I was looking forward to that, and I have a lot
Yeah.
of respect for her. And I just,
Yeah, she
I'm
deserves
not
that
going to,
interview.
I agree. And I'm not going to condemn him because I don't know the reason what his choice was made for.
Mhm.
But,
I think
but,
I understand possibly his. I mean, I don't know what he's thinking or anything, but I mean, it could possibly be that because Brent Turvey talked to the custody queens, maybe he figures that's where he should start to start,
maybe
shaping his
Mhm.
narrative
it
or
could be.
fighting back with his narrative. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
could be.
So now the custody queens, they are going to have to take some people into custody because the box gloves are probably going to come off.
Yeah. I mean,
And my
Lana
understanding
would be
is
a tough interview. Like, I think
And
we can all
honestly,
agree.
I'd hate to be the custody queens have to be the people that are going to be in the middle of it all.
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, and I guess the understanding that I have of it is that the concept or not the only way that's going to take place is they're not allowed to ask any questions about the case, that they're going to stick strictly to his book, and that's how I hear I understand that it's going to happen. And I guess we'll find out. I think it's tomorrow that they're
Well,
Yeah.
why are we even doing that? Why are they even doing this then?
I couldn't ask you, buddy. I'm curious to see myself. I
Like, am I wrong for thinking that?
no, I think the same thing. Why, if you're not coming out to talk about the Idaho 4 case, promoting his book, maybe that's what he's doing. Um, that's his choice. Whatever he's choosing to do, I can say, but I don't know. I feel bad for her because I know she was looking forward to it and she was promised that. That's all I'm saying. So you think
Yeah.
Lucy said she thinks she knows why he wants to go on custody of Queens. I feel like my opinion, and I'm probably wrong because I usually am, is that possibly it's because they're attorneys, and maybe he trusts the fact that more that they're attorneys. But Lana's got a lot of knowledge when it comes to legal as well. That I've seen over the years with her. That doesn't mean they're family law attorneys. They know the law, but they're not this type of law. I don't know if that matters. I'm not like downgrading them because of that because I don't
Yeah.
think that has any bearing on it at all.
I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, but personally, I don't think that would matter because I think Lana's channel speaks for itself. She's not some like crazy, person. She's, very
Right.
respect,
Right.
she's respectable. She knows her stuff. And so to me, like, I think he just didn't want to start off with a tough interview. And then I also think that their interview with him is going to be very revealing because if he's like, no, nothing Idaho 4, then I'm like, okay, well, that makes sense. But if they actually do talk Idaho 4 stuff and he still doesn't go all on his channel, then I'm like, okay, sketchy.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But
Well,
then
and I think I don't think it's tomorrow, you guys. It's Tuesday. Is is the 18th on Tuesday? Or no, that's a Sunday, I think. Maybe it's the following Tuesday that it's going to happen. But like I said, I think it's because they're attorneys and maybe he just trusts in that more. That's my thought. What I was trying to say
mhm.
that maybe didn't come out right was that I know they do family law, but I don't think that matters because they know the law. Period.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Ron is a family law appellate attorney, and those two do just, I guess, whatever family law is considered to be.
Well, thought Ryle was an appellate judge. Maybe I made that up.
No. He's just an attorney.
Oh, okay. And the last thing I was gonna say before you start again is the custody queens and Ron have opportunity to do the best thing ever and just invite Lana on.
I mean, that would be a good idea too if he's okay with that. That has to be up to him. But yeah, that would be a good option. I
A
think
good
that would.
compromise.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point, Kawanda. I know if it was me, I would probably definitely invite her to join us if he was okay with it, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm curious to see how it plays out. Like I said, I've always had a lot of respect for Cy because of what he's done over the years. He's made his mark. You know, he's very smart, and he created the field that he's in, and he created his job basically in a sense out here on the market. So you have to trust in that, in my opinion. Now we'll see what he says. I know there's a lot of people. I have a bad feeling there's going to be a whole lot of people that are going to be severely pissed off at him. And as I've said before, I said because I think a lot of people didn't quite understand Cy Ray's position. Okay, a lot of people think because of the affidavit that he posted in the document that came out that he had posted that he was involved in. I'm sorry, that a lot of people believe that he was going to come out and say Bryan's innocent. That's what I think everybody thought he was going to do, and I don't believe that. I never did. He can't just come out and say Bryan Kohberger's innocent, and that's not what Cy Ray is going to be doing, in my opinion, at all. He never would, never was going to do that. That's never what it was going to be. My opinion, all he was going to show was what he does for his job and point to this and that, so on and so forth. So,
in all honesty, that's all he should do.
yeah, because that's his expertise. He couldn't do the other part of it. Like I said, hey, Lana, good to see you, hon.
Honestly, I think
Great
I
show,
think,
by the way.
I think Lana's always, she's great, and sometimes like I definitely can't keep up with her, but she's always been spot on, and she's always been on a straight and level path with this case, and I honestly probably trust nobody, honestly more in this case than her.
Same.
I know I'm going to get slayed for saying this by a couple people, but Lana and Pav are the two hardest working investigative people out here, in my opinion. I have a lot of respect for them both. There's quite a few other people that are very good. Lucy does a lot of investigative work and is very smart. She puts out a lot of information. Miss Potts does a great job with a lot of this stuff as well. But I've always followed Lana in what she does because I trust her.
Yeah.
She's never really shown me anything that is wrong per se, And
Yeah,
she
and
kind of
she's earned that trust.
hold on.
She
Good
backs
Lord. Go ahead. Oh, sorry, Moto.
I said Lana backs everything up with the receipt, just like how she wants somebody to back up evidence against her with a receipt.
Yeah.
Right? And
I agree.
And she cares about people.
Right. That's my opinion too. And that's why I've supported and respected her the way I have. I've never been turned in a wrong direction by her. I've never listened to what she has said, and I've disagreed with her. Don't get me wrong. There's a couple things, nothing of importance, but there's a few things, and we're supposed to disagree at times.
Yeah.
Over stupid things about a dog bark or something like that. I disagree about things like that. That's the difference. Okay. The important things and the things that I listen to her talk about are the things that are the majority of what I follow behind her with. So, yeah, I see her right there. I know I'm talking about her like she's not here. I see her. I'm just explaining. That's what I'm worried about myself. And like I said, I've always had respect for Cy Ray, but there's a statement she just made in here that I have to say that I worry about myself, and I'm trying to find the damn statement now. Where is it? I know I just saw it. There it is. This is what I'm worried about. This is what I'm worried about because we just talked about this. She was just pointing this out about the liars that are in this case. Many, many liars that have made conscious decisions to do what they've done, and they've turned out to be corruptive liars. And in a sense, his book is what I'm worried is going to happen, is what she says right here. Giving passes to the people that have told these lies. That's not okay. That's the whole point with this. That is not okay. And it's happened.
At this point, you feel bad for Ann Taylor.
I feel
You
bad.
do?
I mean,
Yeah, kind of.
Why?
I mean, well, she hired an expert who didn't answer the questions that she needed answered to begin with. I mean, she put the guy up on the stand. She told, was it that same hearing where she said that she believed that Bryan was innocent?
I
I think it was.
Rephrase what you said, bud. I'm sorry.
I said, was the hearing with Rght, was that the same hearing that she got up and said that she believed that Bryan was innocent?
I think so. I think you're right.
So she put her ass on the line, and then she brings Rght up, who won't even answer the questions that she hired him to ask. She hired him to answer for her.
Oh, okay. I didn't know about that.
Yeah, I got what your background keeps cutting you out. That's why I couldn't hear you. But no, I got you now.
Fair enough. Yeah,
You're
I
good.
think it's my thumb covering up the mic.
Is that what does that?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
But yeah.
She agrees with you, bud.
Yeah. And then, not to mention that, now you have Turvey that's coming out releasing a whole bunch of information, apparently when he shouldn't have been, screwing her, screwing up any plans for her if this case does go anywhere in the future.
That's what I was saying about him when he came forward. We don't know what she has going on, if anything at all. There could be nothing going on with Ann Turvey. Jesus. Ann Taylor in the defense. Too many names. So hold on, I gotta mute you real quick for a minute. But we don't know if anything's going on, if there's anything at all. Okay, that's the thing. So if she had something she was planning to do, if there was something in regards to an appeal, possibly that she was going to have him go in the direction of, what Turvey did may have caused a problem for that. I don't know that. I'm not saying that that's a fact. I'm saying, is that possible? Could that be a thing that upset this? That's what my point is. So I don't know. I don't know, you guys. That's what we don't know. We don't know reasons why things are happening. We don't see things, but I have questions about some of the people that have come forward and why. Truly.
Here, Dago, if you really want to kind of see my side of things, is essentially, when did Turvey's information, when did he say it got released? He said it got released when the leak took place, right?
Roughly like 4 days before the plea deal.
It was the Dateline. It was part of that Dateline stuff, wasn't it?
Right. Yes,
okay.
I believe so.
So if you think about it, if that information that was released to Dateline was all about damaging Bryan Kohberger's case or damaging Bryan Kohberger's appearance, do you not think that if Turvey's information was a part of that parcel, it's also being potentially used as a weapon in one form or another?
It could be, sure. Nothing is out of the range of understanding with this at this point, Moto. You know that. Welcome, Troy. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. It's been a minute. Glad to see you.
Yeah, I had to change my name. It's pretty confusing. I'm Raw Troyster now.
Oh, I know. I remembered who you were. I'm grateful to see you. It's been a minute.
Yeah.
Good to have you back. But no, I get exactly what you're saying, Moto, and it does make sense. Fully and totally. Sleuthy, you were right, because she already did it, and it's working now, so we're good. So, real quick before I go forward, what are your thoughts so far, Troy?
Well, I've been kind of just watching everybody's streams and listening to what's been going on. Miss Potts, I think, has some excellent points
Yeah.
When it comes to Bryan, not really sticking up for himself right now. So why are we really worried about how that's all going to play out? Nothing's going to happen until he decides he wants to defend himself.
That's what I've been saying. Yes.
Yes.
And that's a huge point. I've
Yeah.
been saying that day after day after day.
So
Huh.
now we're looking at the investigation. We've had these three gentlemen come out, or I'm sorry, four, and I think Brent Turvey is definitely reputable. If I was in trouble, I would certainly want him on my case. I don't see any reason. He gave the information that was available to him. I think Whitcomb wanted to write a book. I think if we look into if we do research on the people that are presenting the information to us, like Whitcomb, what was his history? FBI and whatever other federal agencies he was in. You can kind of see what's going on there as far as the information that's being presented. He didn't reveal. He showed us unredacted things that we all have been questioning as far as names and stuff. And that was valuable, but really all it did was confirm things that you guys, I haven't been involved in this for a very long time like you guys have.
Yeah.
But you guys have all kind of already figured all this stuff out, and it was just a confirmation for you.
Yep.
The other guy that I can't remember his name, that came, Holman or whatever.
Chris Holland.
Holland, yes.
Mr. Nobody.
Exactly. He didn't reveal anything. He had no new information. He peer reviewed Turvey's report, whether it's wrong, right, or indifferent. What happened? He did not do any investigating.
Right.
He just kind of got on and said, Dr. Turvey told me to try and prove him wrong, and I couldn't. And that could have been the end of the interview right there.
And that's really all he did say. Truly, honestly, he was really nothing, no good or bad addition to this. I agree with you, Troy.
Yeah,
you can't prove anybody wrong if you don't actually know any of the facts.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think he's unqualified. I think Dr. Turvey would go to somebody who he has some respect for and who is educated and would let him evaluate what the work that he had done. So I'm not saying that Chris Holland is an idiot. I don't feel that at all.
No.
It's just like, what is the point? Why are you inserting yourself into this? It's just weird.
I agree with that. I think there's some things going on as far as behind the scenes about how these people are coming out now. But the Cy Ray thing, I didn't buy his book. I won't buy his book. I knew what it was the moment that you guys started showing the previews of it. I watched Lana and Kim today, and it's pretty obvious what's going on there. Once again, look at Cy's background. He comes from law enforcement. He works for law enforcement. Most of the time he works for the prosecution. So he's not going to say anything that is, he's not going to come out and say law enforcement really sucks on this case. He's not going to say that because he has to pay the bills and keep the lights on also. And he knows that would
Connections.
Yes, and that would be really bad for him. So he's going to dance
You're
around.
right. I agree with you. I didn't mean to interrupt you, bud.
Oh, that's okay.
I agree with you, but if we go back and reread, and I can pull that at any time, that affidavit that he put out, it was very strongly worded and very pointing. He was pointing at the prosecution, and he was saying that what he said in essence when that affidavit was that there is something much more bigger going on here in the background. This was not misinformation that was put out accidentally. This was absolutely done on purpose. And there's something much larger going on in the background of this. And that's what he's pointing at. And that to me is very highly criminal, the way it was stated. And it's very, like I said, it's very pointing. You can't step back from that once you've made a statement like that, in my opinion.
And I agree. And I don't think he's stepping back. I think he's being vague with because look, if he has that much experience, that much knowledge, and he's pretty much written the book on what his job, what
Oh,
he
yeah.
does. He knows what happened. He knows what happened. He knows if the information they didn't put the information in, or if it wasn't there. He knows that, but he is not coming out and saying this is what happened. And like
Oh,
when Anne was interviewing, or they were in that hearing and she was talking to him, he was dancing around everything. He wouldn't come right out and say, this is missing. I know it was there at one point, but it's not. And why is that? He just kind of went, well, you know.
that's a good point, Troy. And let me ask you one more question. I want to ask you if you remember something that happened. If you remember one of the other expert witnesses that was brought on stand, she made a day's worth of statements. She left for the day, and then she was paid a visit by the feds that Mr. Thompson sent to her house, Gabriela Vargas, and then she disappeared. Okay? Now, I'm not saying this is what happened. I'm not trying to jump down a rabbit hole, you guys. Please don't go there. And this is what I've been kind of building up to, and it's been making me wonder, and somebody in the chat finally said it. I wonder this. And I'm not saying that he would be easily intimidated. I'm not saying that he would easily falter to some situation. This is just a thought. I'm not saying it's what happened either, so don't say I did. Not you guys, but anybody. Okay? Did somebody visit him and say, you need to back up? Is it possible? And or threaten his livelihood or something in that aspect is what I wonder now.
Yeah. And I don't think he's for lack of a better word, dumb to think that he knows his limitations. And I think he knows where the line is that he can and can't cross. Because, you know, like I said, this is his bread and butter. This is what he does for a living. And if he crosses a line, he's going to burn all his connections. He won't be called anymore, possibly. And I think he knows that. And that may have been explained to him by somebody. You know, hey, you're really stepping close. You might want to back off.
That's what I wonder. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the good way to put it too, Troy. I like how you said that because, again, I'm not trying to insinuate, okay? But I'm just, in the back of my mind, there's something rolling around back there that reminded me of the Gabriela Vargas situation. Also, the way Hippler responded to his affidavit was very questionable to me. I've never heard a judge respond to an expert that way in my life, but hey, he absolutely denied his ability to speak on it that day. Those are things that are problematic for me that make me wonder what's going on here. Okay.
Well, and
with him.
Yeah. Another thing. I mean, I have a lot of things. I'm so glad you let me come on. Because
you're always welcome here, brother.
I've been watching this for the past week or so, and it's just, you know, I can't type enough in the chat, and I
get it. I get it.
It's so the FBI. I think I put in Lana's comments this morning when she had her live was, excuse me.
Okay.
Name a case, a high-profile case that the FBI has been involved, has affiliated with the local government that hasn't turned into a shit show. And I'm serious. Yeah, I'll sit here and wait for hours until you turn me off.
You can't. That's a good one.
But if you think about it, why does local law enforcement go to the FBI? And they say, well, they have resources. Yes, they do. They have the labs and all that good stuff. But they also have lawyers and all kinds of things to work around and make this kind of stuff that we're running into now with trying to get documents and figure things out. They can make that so that you can't get that information. And I mean, it happens all the time. It's, you know, you can't have this interview that was done by the federal government. You can't have this. You can't have. So
they have full control, and they know they do, and they can come in and they can drop a bomb and run from it. That they do it all the time.
Exactly. And we all know the FBI was in town doing their thing when this all went down. So you know that Moscow and that general area, the law enforcement in that area, they knew they were there, and they went to lunch with them and everything. So they were well versed on, you know, if things are getting a little out of control here, we're going to turn this over to the feds, and they're going to help us out. And they did. They, you know, you can't have this. You can't. That's federal. You can't. You know, Homeland Security. This is national secrets and whatever else. And it's just, it's really interesting how that all played out. But it's, if you look, and I kind of sound like JJ. I should have my tinfoil hat on.
No, you're good. You're good.
But it
Not
just,
at all. You're good.
if you look at how that was handled, where I'm sure the federal government, the FBI, when this went down, Moscow reached out right away to them and were like, help, we need help. And I'm sure as things started to unravel, and I believe, this is my conspiracy theory, I believe that this has been, and whatever, right or wrong or indifferent, and I know how your channel works, you're not going to get mad if I sound like a lunatic.
Of course not. No.
But I believe, and here's why I think that it went down this way. If you remember the video of when they were bringing the bodies out, and the officer had the body cam, and Payne was standing there, they were shooting the bull down there at the bottom of the steps.
Yeah.
And Payne mentioned to him that they were already on the phone with the university, and that there were people that didn't know law enforcement that were probably telling them what to do.
Yes.
So if you look at that statement, I believe the university and the fraternities and sororities, because if you're in a fraternity or sorority, you're in it for life. And a lot of those people are in very high political positions and whatever else. They have a lot of influence and money. And I believe that the universities and the sororities and fraternities got together and semi-directed how this was all going to play out, because they couldn't afford to. That's a lot of money they're going to lose, plus all the other stuff with Phoenix University and everything else that was going on in the background. We're talking money that you and I can't even fathom. And I believe that they had a heavy influence in how things were conducted.
You are not anywhere near close to being off base. And I said this last week, Troy. I said, I think that there was a phone call made. I think there was a phone call made probably within an hour or two of the whole situation going down to somebody related to the university. And I think that's where the trail starts at. Okay. I think that whether it was one of the roommates or somebody within the house or something like that, there was a phone call made and said, this just went down, or whatever you want to call it, however you want to play it out. And that's where it starts. And that's where the bullshit started rolling downhill from there. I fully agree with that. And it's not that far out of line, Troy, to think that way, because look at how we've seen everything play out. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It doesn't matter to me. You guys know that. So nobody should ever be afraid to think that way, because why would you not?
Right.
With what we've seen. Go ahead, Mike, Moto.
Yeah, just to add to Troy's point, and Troy, you have some really good talking points. And just to kind of add to that, not to mention the pressure from the university and everything else, but the time of the season that this occurred, I mean, we were coming up to the holiday breaks. There was a lot of pressure to get this case done with for the holidays, just so the cops could go home and see their families for Christmas, do whatever, right? Nobody wants to be working through that time of year. So I have a feeling that was also a large pressure through the early stages of this investigation. I think that had a lot to do with the shortcomings with the investigation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just a dumb retired fireman, and I'm just looking back at, and I'm looking at this thing and what everybody's been saying, and the everything that all the streamers have been doing, which is amazing. And I just try to lump it all together. And I made a comment one day, Dago, and I don't know if you saw it or not, but you and I were trained, when we get on the scene, don't get focused on the distracting injury. Look at, there's other things going on, and you need to look at those, because that could be even more important than what you see. And that's
360 vision. That's what I was always taught. Is you have to have 360 vision and notice everything, not just one thing. So yes, you are correct.
Yeah, they could have a compound femur, but they could also be having a heart attack.
That's right.
So I that's what I've been trying to do, is just stand back, and I'm trying to look at all of it and not get focused on Kaylee's family. They irritate the crap out of me, as I do. I know they do most people. And the thing I have to say about them, and it may not sound good, but I know, Dago, you'll understand what I'm saying, is when we get on the scene and there's a fatality or somebody's very injured or severely injured or whatever, we're there for a reason, and our reason is to try and make things better. It's not
Yes.
that much different than law enforcement, but it is. And so I can't get focused on the crap. Your loved one died. I understand that, and I feel sorry. I have empathy for you, but I'm here to do a job, and I've got to get this job done.
That's it.
So when I look at her family, I'm looking at they are a distraction to
Oh,
everybody.
big time.
And,
Big time.
and we need to stop paying attention to them and getting worked
Yes.
up over what they're saying. It
Yep.
doesn't matter. They're not talking to us. They're talking to other people. And for whatever reasons, and we can all speculate, I don't we got to stop with them and they're not giving us any new information. They're not providing anything helpful to anybody. They're regurgitating and trying to keep the people that think Bryan should be in prison. They're trying to keep them motivated that that's what should happen.
That's-
Yeah, I
Yep.
agree.
And
You're
I
100% right.
and I think, we as a group are smarter than that. And we just need to just let them talk whatever they're going to talk. They are the distracting injury. And
Yeah.
Are you going to bang on those drums there, Troy?
Yeah.
yeah, Dago picked
You are
them up.
you're absolutely correct on that one. I've said that myself, that there's a narrative and a directive with them is
Yeah.
to keep going in the direction. Everybody pay attention. Bryan's guilty. Bryan's guilty. Bryan's guilty. Bryan's guilty. I don't care what
They
you're
want that
saying.
money, so they got
I
to
mean-
keep up with the narrative.
Yeah, you can see it that way too. I mean, I don't really go, although I do believe it now, the money direction. For the most part, I just ignore them. I do anymore because it's all regurgitated nonsense. Completely. They're
Yeah.
just,
Yeah, it's
And-
not
and
worth the time.
yeah.
And it's just like intellectual dishonesty, at least for Steve. I don't know about Christy, but at least for Steve.
Well, and I've heard people say that maybe they just know what they've been fed and that's what they understand. Look, they are not stupid, and they have people around them that are guiding them. Maybe it's PR people. I have no idea, but you notice how they never vary from their narrative, and it doesn't matter what new information comes out that goes against everything that they're saying. So they are continuing to say the same thing over and over and over again, and it never changes. And it's just, why are we wasting so much of why do we get so upset over them? It's just, go over there and talk to those people. We'll be over here trying to figure out what happened.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's just, but I watched Lana. I saw her last night and then this morning, and I agree 100% with what she's saying. Cy may not come right out and directly point at people, where that's where we come in, having some intelligence and having all the papers. We know who he's referring to, but it falls back to, and like she says, accountability. Nobody is being held accountable, and they never will be. They won't be held accountable. The only way they would be held accountable is if for some reason, and Miss Potts, I love you. I have the hots for Miss Potts.
I love her brain. I love her brain.
She is so, and she just puts everything right out there, and I appreciate that.
Yes.
But
she's very blunt and to the point, period.
yes.
That's all there is to it. That's why I respect her.
But I just think that, he's pointing the fingers in his own way by dancing around. And you and I both worked in government. We know how that works. Everybody runs around. Nobody points anything out. And
that's right.
But I don't think you'll ever see accountability for any of this until, for some reason, Bryan would decide to have a trial. And then this stuff might be brought to light. But even then, the accountability doesn't fall. It's on the government that they work for to hold them accountable. And
the people that need to take accountability will never happen. It'll never happen until it's forced on them. And even then, it's not going to happen the way that we think it should. I agree with that.
Right. And Lana kept talking about the policies and the procedures, and that it's not the policies and the procedures, it's the people. And I agree 100%, because you and I both worked and we had a giant book of policies and procedures, plus our protocols that we had to follow.
Yeah.
And so they're written by humans, and
Yep.
We as humans try to work under those policies and procedures. And so the policies and procedures don't just suddenly derail on one specific case and now they don't work anymore. It's the people aren't following the policies and procedures. And I know for me, I was held accountable. If I didn't follow policies and procedures, I would answer.
Absolutely.
I would if I didn't follow an algorithm as a paramedic, I could lose my license.
And not
And
only that, that's a good way to bring it up too, Troy, because he's absolutely correct. We have to follow, and he's not lying, books
Yeah.
that are like this, you guys, okay? Standard operating procedure manuals that we have to go by day after day. And people can die if we don't follow those things to the cent, okay? And you are held accountable in that aspect. Period. This case, I know that and one even claimed that this is a fact as too. Police have the same SOPs that we have, okay? And they follow them. I mean, they're different because we do different things, but they're the same type thing, okay? And they have to follow those letter by letter by letter. And I swear to you, those were thrown out the fucking window in this case completely. They didn't follow any standardized SOP to begin with. Nothing. They didn't follow any regular anything that was of normalcy to me. And you know this because we've worked next side by side with law enforcement.
Yep.
We've been on scenes like things like this. Maybe not as bad as this, but I've definitely seen things close to this, okay, where I've been on scene with this, and you've worked alongside with law enforcement, and they do things so much different, okay? None of those things happened in this case, and it started right from the beginning. There was no drag effect. There was no pause between it. It started right at the beginning, and it's still going on to this day. I've never seen anything like it in my life, and I know that's what you're pointing out because you know that there are certain things that have to be done in an immediate situation like this right away. They didn't do it.
Right.
Then the follow-up steps that come behind it, they didn't do it. Everything down to the point to where we're at even now, they never did it. All they did was lie through this entire fucking thing. They lied and lied and lied and lied even more. And I think they were telling lies to cover up lies, to cover up lies, to cover up lies, if you know what I mean. Once you get so far down into that hole and they take the ladder out, you're kind of stuck in that hole and you got to keep digging your way the other direction at some point. So that's the only way I can put it.
Some of the people, I know Juan and Senor, he's from the Baltimore area, which is where I worked close to that. And they say, it's an inexperienced department. It's a small department. And look, I buy that a little tiny bit, but I revert back to, look, I was trained in all kinds of skills that in my 15 years as a paramedic, I never had to actually use, like a chest decompression or a crike, but I knew how to do it.
Right.
And I trained on it all the time. So even those officers never got on a quadruple homicide. They were trained on how you handle a murder scene.
Yes.
Yeah. Even I was trained.
Yep. Absolutely. Everyone, we were trained for disaster services for a plane crash. I never had to deal with one.
Yeah.
We were trained on it, though. We were trained on a
procedure for it.
Yes, we were trained on mass shooting experience. We were trained on all of those things. Thank God they never happened, but I know how to deal with it. So giving them the excuse of being a small, inexperienced department is bullshit to me. I'm sorry. That's not an excuse, and that's not excusable. That now, I will give the younger officers the fact that they may be personally inexperienced in law enforcement. I'll give you that to an extent, that much. Beyond that, you still have to do training with them regularly, just as much as you and I had to do our trainings every week, every night, one night a week to keep up what we're doing and all the other things that we had to keep up on. You just didn't get your license and walk away and go, I'm a medic, I'm a fireman, and move on with the rest of your life. We had to repeatedly, keep up on what we're doing. CPR changes every year. Different procedures change every year. This changes every year. That changes every year. Same thing happens with law enforcement. They have different things they have to go through every single year. There's a word I'm missing here. I can't think of it, but it keeps you up to date on everything. They have to do that to keep that commission as a police officer, period. That's how that works. I came from a law enforcement family. My father, my grandfather, my uncle were all cops. I know these things. So when you say inexperience is the issue here, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to give you that. That's not That's not the answer to this. This was absolute, in my opinion, corruption and lies. And these were choices, like Lana was saying. These were choices that were made. This wasn't systemic, or breakdown or any of that. This was a choice that was made by a human being every time these things happen. Period.
Well, and you know as well as I do, most of our policies and procedures were the result of somebody making a mistake.
Yeah.
You know, well, that didn't go well. We probably should write a policy over that.
Yep.
So if you look, what has happened since
Live and learn.
Since 2022, if the policies and procedures were so bad that they didn't know how to run a scene like this, have they redone their policies and procedures, or did they just put their head, or there was no problem with their policies and procedures? Because I know, like after a big event with us, we would sit down and hash out, how did this go? What can we change? There's some things that didn't go. Yes, continuing education or recertification.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Oh yeah, every year.
The only problem with their procedures in this case is the fact that they didn't follow any procedure.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did their own thing the way they wanted to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it started as soon as the defibrillator guy walked into the house.
Well,
That's
right,
always been kind of a weird thing for me too. But go ahead, Troy.
I think, and because of the exposure we've had in the past couple decades with television shows and everything else, I think Joe Blow citizen would know if you walked into a house and saw a bloodbath, you're going to turn around and walk back out again.
Yeah.
Everybody get out. We're done. Don't touch anything. Maybe I'm being a little generous, but I would think that's the way most people think. And
Listen,
Yeah.
you know as well as I know that if we were to be called to a scene, I'm glad you're up here to be able to verify this. If we were to be called into a scene and we got there, which should have happened in this case because somebody's passed out, you and I would have responded and been there before law enforcement would have ever even needed to be there. Okay, this is part of my issue. Walked into that house and then both of us would have went turned around and walked right back out the fucking door because we're not supposed to be in that place right there because law enforcement has to take that scene and completely lock that down before we can do anything. If we do anything at all, that's very, 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 that's very much what it is. Okay.
Yep.
That doesn't work the way that happened, you guys. It does not work that way at all.
Nope. And I'm telling you,
Yeah.
you know this also. We would have gone in, we would have seen that, said, "Oh no, we're out of here," and then we would have wrote volumes of a report from the time we got dispatched to we got there, what we saw. Did we touch anything? When we left, it would all be documented. Now, to be fair to the EMS people, they never got into the house. They were stopped. And,
lucky for them.
right.
Yeah.
And I mean, honestly, it's pretty obvious we've seen the autopsy reports and all that stuff. It was obvious that there was no need for EMS to be there.
No.
But I just know a few scenes that I've gone into, I've just wrote volumes of information.
Word for word. Everything has to be documented. Every absolute detail has to be documented in our reports for sure.
Yeah. Yep. And it's a CYA for you, but because you have to think that you're going to be called to testify in court, and you can only testify off what you've written in your narrative, but that keys back to what the officers have written in their narratives, and
right.
I don't know about you, but for me, I'm looking at this and like the contradiction between notes and what they actually typed in their report, and none of that would ever be allowed, because and Lana pointed this out. These reports all had to be approved by a superior.
They were. Yep.
You would think your superiors, hey, this is a really important case. I really need to read your report and make sure everything's good. And they just allowed all that to go through. And
you are absolutely. Yeah, every report that we reviewed over the past, every report that I've touched from ISP, MPD, all of that stuff that I read to you guys, you'll see who did the report, who wrote the report. On the very bottom of it, it was signed off by a higher grade or a higher up officer. Every one of them. Okay, every time they have to be witnessed and reported on, signed off on every single time. And if you look at those reports,
the problem stems from the simple fact that they were told not to enter anything into their system, into the reporting system. So right there, that kills all the credibility from everything that they did from that point on going forward.
Yes,
Yeah.
Like
that's absolute. Yes,
that's
sir.
So
negligence.
many things.
If I didn't sign off my report every single day of what I find, I would lose my job immediately.
Absolutely.
And so
My
what does
boss would
that
never
tell
tell me
you?
not to do my report.
Right.
And so then like what does that tell you?
It tells
Oh,
me
and,
there's negligence, and it
and
comes from the top.
corruption.
They didn't
It's
want to know anything
yeah,
until
it
they
tells
only
you that
wanted
they don't have
they
to
just
do the
wanted
reports.
they
They're not gonna
wanted
get
a way to cherry pick
punished.
information without it coming back on them. That's all
That
this was.
Yeah, and then if you listen back to what Lana said in her video from last night, again, she points out that we started getting into it, but we moved past that at this point. But she talks about how Payne said, don't go over your radio. Don't talk over your radios. Don't do this. Don't approach this person. Don't do this, this, and this. Everything he told him not to do is completely against protocol.
Yep.
Every fucking thing he said is against standard operating procedure.
But
What are you doing, dude?
think about him for a minute. He was in the military and the military police. His whole job was doing what he was told and following orders. So why do you think he got chose to run that investigation? Because
That's exactly what I said.
they could tell him what to do and he would follow orders whether he agreed with them or not. Exactly.
Yes, sir. He's a yes man.
Yes.
100%.
And I mean, I don't, for you and I, if I ran a really critical call and just said, you know what, I'm not writing a report, or the BLS report of we got there, a guy was hurt, we took him to the hospital. That's my report. There were things on the line for us if we didn't do that. Our departments could come after us, or whoever we were credited through, and we could lose our license because we're not doing our job.
Absolutely.
And even if it happened to me a couple times. It's different stories that I don't want take too long to get into. But
I get it. You're fine.
I was told to do things that went against that the department wanted me to do, but went against my protocols and my morals.
Your morals,
And I was like, hey, no, that's not going to happen. I'm not losing my license over you because I'm not licensed through you.
Exactly.
And this is morally not correct. And here it is, and I found out later that they had gone into the electronic patient care report and made some adjustments, because every time, whenever you have a program like that, anytime you go in there and make any changes to the program, if you have the ability to access it, I would think every program out there documents what time you were in there and what you changed.
And who you are. It shows your initials as the person that signed in under those programs. So if you filled out a report through the computer system, your initials would be under there, okay?
Yep.
Then if there's any changes made to that at 4:00 in the afternoon, it's going to show JM from me going in to the same system and adjusting what you did.
Yep.
So it should all be reported and recorded. Everybody knows who's touching what and when they're doing it. That's
Right.
the way it's supposed to be.
And I think Lana was trying to go after one of the creators was going after those records, and they're never going to give them to them. They will never give that because you're looking at the guts of the system you have to be an administrator, and that information. I do know some places like where I worked, if you wrote the right FOIA, you could access all kinds of information that we generally wouldn't give with a general FOIA. But the way these people operate, they're never going to give that information away.
Because there's always somebody else on top. Okay, there's always somebody else in charge. So you and I could make a request for a certain record or something like that within our departments. We'll just say like that, okay? Knowing that there's something that's nefarious within that report, and if they don't want us to see it or have it, they will jump into as soon as it gets registered that we've requested that report. Guess who gets their hands on it first? Because it goes right to them that we've requested that.
Yep.
Most of the time that's set up. Then it disappears. Ta-da. That's how that works.
Or they'll just
Can I say something?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And I was just to kind of continue along that, like all those issues with how big this case is and how much international attention this case has had, like all the mess ups that MPD did, like shouldn't there be some type of like internal affairs or like some department with that at the state level, at the federal level that
Absolutely.
investigates them, why is no one doing that? And
That's
that
the
just shows you how
question.
deep it goes. That just shows you how deep it goes because no one's investigating anything.
That
And
was
all these people who are involved in this are more, they're more afraid of not doing these bad things than they are doing the right thing.
and that's exactly what my email that I sent to the Department of Justice said, that has been completely fucking ignored.
Yeah.
Well,
And
Why is
then
nobody looking at this? Why did nobody notice this? Why has that not been spoke upon? Why was that not looked at? Why are you not approaching this case and looking at the things that these people have done that you're in charge of? And they ignored it. And I know I'm not the only one that sent one to them. Okay, I know I'm not.
yeah.
there's
There's the problem. Thank you, Enod. Very much appreciated. I'm still stuck on labeling the hair and Ethan sand debris and not testing it. I'm just so stuck. I understand. A lot of people are. Go ahead, bud.
Well, along that lines, it kind of gets back to what we said previously about how deep, how far, how connected is the fraternities and the university, because
Right.
there's a lot of people. I don't know Idaho government, but I'm sure there's people that went to Idaho University up in the ranks from
Oh, big time. Big
right
time.
on up through. So if the powers all got together and was like, look, this is going to be our guy. This is our Lee Harvey Oswald, and here it is, and we're gonna do what we have to. The FBI knows how to manage things like this, and this is how it's going to wind up. And so even if you try and go as Joe Q Public and try and force the issue of, hey, you need to look at law enforcement, there were some things that happened there that weren't really cool. But you could be contacting somebody who's part of whatever fraternity.
That's it.
Back in 1975, and they're all in together. I'm speculating.
Everybody, especially in an area that way, Troy. That's the answer to me, in my opinion. Everybody's connected to somebody, and that person's connected to somebody, and that person's connected. That's how this
it's like
plays
the
to me in
boys
my
club,
mind.
that like boys club mentality.
Well,
in a lot of senses, yeah.
It reminds me of JFK, because like JFK,
Yep.
everybody was in the CIA. Everybody was an informant for CIA. The paper
Right.
boy. The
Yes.
paper boy was an informant for the CIA, and it's kind
Everybody.
of, so it's like here, everybody's a confidential informant, and I mean, when that first broke, I was like, I didn't say anything. I just sat and watched it, but it eventually happened. Everybody in that house got named as a confidential informant.
I know.
And I'm not saying they weren't out there. Of course they were, but it's just, I think there's so many deep, big connections that we'll never know about. We're never going to figure that out. And
Right.
And I think that had a lot of influence on how things were conducted, and even like we're seeing what happened now, not what happened when it happened. And look at the Karen Reed case. Look how that happened, and now finally things are coming out about how bad the police department was.
Right.
And even though that we know that stuff now, it'll be years before anything ever happens with all of that. So,
agreed.
I think if the right buttons are pushed, if the right people move around in those upper organizations, somebody may say, hey, this really did not go down. This was bad. And maybe an investigation will happen.
I absolutely hope. Yes. I fully agree with you too. But what are the odds and when? That's the problem. You know what I mean?
It's gonna take a lot of political horsepower and a lot of, good-natured, good moral people to actually want to make a change and want to push this thing forward. It's not going to happen overnight.
Right.
Yeah.
Because there's so many things that come into play there with, it's not a good idea to make your police department look like a bunch of corrupt thieves or whatever, corrupt liars and conspirators. That doesn't look good, because now your public loses, the citizens lose faith in their police force. So I can see that aspect of it, the politics of it. I'd like to be a senator again next year. If I bring this up and, cause all this ruckus, I'm probably not going to get elected, and
Sure.
there's so many things that come into play that like us out and we're just normal people living our lives are like, this isn't right. This is what needs to happen. But if you're in that environment, you don't think like we do. And, you're thinking politically, you're about your career and whether it's right or wrong. And we know it's wrong. You shouldn't think that way. That's the reality of the world.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
Bill Thompson probably could have gone out on top of his career because, I mean, it's not like he was looking to get reelected. He wanted to retire. He could have actually just done this thing, just straight truth, straight everything. Yeah, he might have taken some heat for the community. Yeah, he might have taken some heat from the college, but you know what? He would have done something right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
he's not a good man, and it probably wasn't his first time doing this to someone.
But then
Or most
again, I
of his
mean, he probably
cases
would have
never
lost.
going to trial.
He could have lost his retirement too out of that, right?
Right. Well, yeah,
And-
there's another thing to think about,
And these people aren't worried about that's what they're worried about. They're worried about just like the people that retired conveniently. Okay, let's go to real quick for WSU PD. Okay, that bullshit that was going on over there with the sexual innuendos and harassment and all that other stuff. Conveniently, the assistant chief, and the captain just got to retire and keep their pensions instead of having to face any kind of consequence. That's bullshit, and that happens all the time in these situations now. This is what they do, and I'm just that's how people get away with this shit, and they don't lose.
In my experience, in my 20 years doing my career here, people seem to fail upwards. It doesn't really ever seem to go backwards.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Well, certain people get to fail upwards.
Agreed. I fully agree, and it's a problem. It is a big problem. Now, you guys are welcome to stay here with me as we go over this too, because this is pointing to something else too. Lucy Morningstar made this video. It's absolutely amazing, and I want you guys to listen because this is important. This is absolute. I watched this morning. Thank God I got up early enough. I got to watch this morning, and I was like, holy shit. Every time she hits the nail on the head. This points to it goes it's in some of the same direction we were talking this morning already, or this afternoon, I'm sorry. Just watch. I'm telling you, this explains a lot, as like I said earlier. So please, guys, you're welcome to stay up here with me because I want your opinions as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off.
Okay, no problem, dear. No problem. Thank
But
you for joining me.
Yeah,
I'm going to drop down for a bit too, Dago.
No
See
problem.
you guys later tonight. But yeah, thanks for having me.
I'm going to cut the
Absolutely.
grass and I'll come back on.
Sounds like a plan. You guys are always welcome every time. I'm grateful to have you here. Thank you.
All right, bye.
See ya.
Take care. Thank you for your input, both of you.
They'll go pretty well for me.
Coup d'etat where the president.
It's a matter of speaking, They'll go pretty well for me.
Well, okay, there's a coup d'etat where the president.
For people that may not know who this is, I doubt it, but this is Chris Whitcomb. He is the author of the Broken Plea book that we were just discussing. So just in case everybody didn't know.
Is shot and the prime minister goes missing.
Yeah, but if that's your gig, man, that's a good day. I mean, it's perspective. But I've got to get you there first, okay?
Okay.
So let's take the years after I left the FBI, from Afghanistan, all those bad environments, Kosovo, Afghanistan, Yemen, Indonesia, Colombia, like shithole situations around the world. That was my life for a very long period of time. When I left the FBI and went to the journalism cover, and I was working intelligence operations in many of those countries.
Hear all this. So let me just start. How are you guys doing after today?
We keep saying one day at a time, but these type of days are ones that really push you hard, for sure.
Is there anything that came out from these filings, from this report, that gave you any kind of answers that you might have been looking for about what happened?
We learned brand new things. Those details that were put in those docs were never given to us. They were given to strangers before they were given to us. It's shocking that a family doesn't get any kind of priority, even heads up. We asked for discovery. They said they'd give it to us, but they never did. So yeah, we're working with legislators. We're going to try to fix this. Idaho has Bill 1135 that hopefully will protect this type of information and make sure that it never gets out. Especially he pled 4 cases of murder, capital, all of them, and in the same breath he waived his rights to even challenge it. So why does this need to come out? All these details. I mean, these are like mortician details. It has nothing to do with a case that's never going to happen.
Just to be clear, you're saying, did you even know it was going to come out today, or were you just shocked? Were you shocked by that?
We had no idea. We had no heads up, none whatsoever. It goes to the media before it does us, and
that's awful.
We just find out through our phone starts going off.
That's awful. That's awful. And now you're confronted with this. People will say this information can help maybe shed some light into the timeline of the attack, the intention of this. The injuries sustained by all 4 were awful. But the injuries sustained by Kaylee and Maddie and where they were positioned and how many injuries they sustained to their face and neck, does this give you an indication that Bryan Kohberger was targeting them specifically?
No, I think there's some timing advance records that kind of lead me to believe that it was another person that they were looking for. I mean, Matt might have been part of that, but there was 2 individuals. But I think all the families tried not to go down a road where we blamed each other, or we tried to say one person's kid was more responsible or had a role in this or something like that. We tried to keep it. Unfortunately, we had to do this all together, and pointing at each other wasn't something we were willing to do.
No. And by the way, I didn't know that you didn't know this information that was coming out before today. You mentioned that I believe you're going to be meeting with the governor. What are you hoping the change will be?
It's things like this. You can't. We had a prosecutor who was extremely weak. He was way over his head. He didn't know what he's doing, and he hid these. There's a reason 6 months later these things are coming out, because he never would have had the support of his community if these would have came out and said, hey, I'm going to go make a plea deal with this guy, and I'm not going to get the details of all the surroundings, the when, where, what, and how you did this. He didn't feel like he had to do that, and he hid all this stuff. And now that it's coming out, we're going to talk to the governor and say, hey, we can do better than this. And, that means we got to do laws. We can't just let one person act like a judge and jury and make a deal. And then, we live with it for the rest of our lives. And 6 months later, we're finding out new details of, the worst moments of our children's lives. It seems like a nightmare that this couldn't be legal.
So after all the chaos, they became a stable country.
Yes.
But you weren't there at the time.
I have no interest in a stable country.
Okay.
No.
But we hope to make sure that it isn't legal in Idaho in the future.
And talking about legality, you and the other families have filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Washington State University, where Kohberger had been attending. Can you tell us the status of that and what you're looking for there?
Exactly. Bingo. And this is a good point Ms. Potts is making again. Steve said that Hitler was built for this case, and then he immediately pivoted when Hitler did not give him what he wanted. This is a fact. This is a point. And that you can't have it both ways. You can't do this, okay? In the very beginning, Bill Thompson in the state of Idaho, Latah County, Moscow PD, they were working hard. They were doing a great job. Where are we at now? On the opposite end of that spectrum. Doesn't work that way, folks. Sorry.
Yeah. We're looking for accountability. I don't have an update on it. We expect to hear something this week, but when you reverse engineer everything that happened, We feel like there's lapse in accountability. And if that's anything we've tried to bring to this case is how do we make sure this never happens to another family again? And if there was things that were missed, let's make sure that we address those and we make our community and our world a better place so nobody has to deal with this again. And that's what this is all about.
Let's talk about the show tonight, Keith. What can we expect with Dateline?
Well, this is your friend Shane Bishop and I, but mostly Shane, has been working on this for a long time, since right back at the beginning, and has developed. Shane has a list of people who are on the inside, and there are very good sources about what's happened here in Idaho. So we're familiar with a good deal of the evidence that the state will bring against Bryan Kohberger. His attorney is not speaking yet, but we have a lot of this material that the prosecution will rely on, I think, to try and. I don't know. We can't say that we have it all, but we have a lot of it, and we can almost have a timeline of his movements and the movements of the killer, whether it was him or not, in the days, hours, minutes leading up to the murder and afterwards.
You also have a couple of interviews from people that we haven't heard from before.
We have. I mean, we've heard from some of the people who met Bryan Kohberger early on, as soon as he moved to Pullman, Washington. And he went to a pool party, for example, and there was an incident at the pool party which was just kind of strange and unsettling for the people who were there. He worried a couple of the women who were by the pool wearing bikinis, and he was just a little leering. I think they tried to brush him off, and one of them tried to get her husband involved, but he just seemed not to be aware of social cues. So there was that, and then one of the other people there then ran into him later on a hike, and was puzzled by the fact that he was walking alone into the night when everybody else was getting out of this area that they were hiking in because it was nighttime. And then we discover, of course, that he was somebody who loved the nighttime and was out at night all the time.
Interesting.
Walking around, looking around. Yeah.
Right. Well, that was, I think, one of the points his defense attorneys made early on, that he was out driving, looking at the stars at night, the night of the murders.
Yes, and there, and that might be an answer that satisfies. I don't know, but you have to have some comeback to the fact that it's glaringly obvious that he spent a great deal of time alone in the dark during his time there.
Tell me about this video that of a car that may have been his, or a car that looked similar to his, that you all have obtained.
Well, it's a car that the authorities believe was his, the white Elantra that we've heard so much about. You see the video. It's really quite remarkable video. It shows the period leading up to the murders, just before this car kind of approaches. And by the way, the camera is on a neighboring house. You can't quite see 1122 from this house, but you can see the movements of the car as it's heading down into this kind of controlled area where 1122 is. And it's going round and around. And every 3 minutes or so, the car will kind of come around and go away again, and then come back and then go away again, as if somebody is, casing that.
And everything that they put out, okay? Everything that has been put out from every one of these types of shows has all been propaganda that was absolutely, every bit of it was used to convict him because the state didn't have a case. There's nothing for anything out there. There's nothing that points to Bryan Kohberger as being involved in this, in my absolute opinion. Okay. I can't seem to find it. And I've said to any of the people that believe that Bryan's guilty, please show me why you think that. And please show me what gave you the opinion as to him being guilty, other than hearing them say it. Show me why. Show me how. Nobody will show me anything. Nobody will respond to me. Nobody can do it. And I don't understand if you're so confident that Bryan Kohberger did this. Show me how and show me when and where. You show me the absolute proof you have that proves that Bryan Kohberger went inside that house and killed 4 people that night. We'll talk. I'll listen to you. Nobody will say a word to me. Nobody.
House or is trying to make up his mind about something. Certainly the authorities believe it was the killer. They are accusing Bryan Kohberger of being that person. But then what we see is the car pulls in to what would have to be 1122 King Road and disappears like it's parked. 13 minutes later, it reappears going hell-bent for leather around the corner and out of sight and isn't seen again. So the authorities are pretty convinced that this is a video of the killer in his car making up his mind. The 13 minutes where the car is not visible to the camera is when
I don't, and I'm being respectful as I can be with this. I'm not trying to be mean when I say this, but all the experts prove it. They all say he's guilty. Show me. Where did they prove it at? Because none of them have done that. I've read the documents. I've read everything that has been sent out. They've never shown anything in there that says Bryan Kohberger did this, that proves Bryan Kohberger did this. In fact, it's done everything to the opposite of that. It's pointed away from him. Everything they said they had, they no longer have that evidence. They've all backpedaled from it. So please show me where they've done this, because I don't see. I would love to see this. Honest to God, and I'm not being a smartass. I'm being real about this.
the murders are occurring, and then afterwards you see the car drive away again.
And we're going to see that tonight.
We will see it, yes.
Wow. What's been the biggest thing that stuck out to you, Keith, as you've been preparing this episode versus previous reporting, which we've heard, and you know, this story has been highly covered across the spectrum, but what's been your biggest takeaway or insight?
Well, that video is pretty extraordinary, and it tells you a lot. It also weighs pretty heavily as a piece of evidence, I think. A good deal of the evidence is circumstantial. There is the DNA on the knife sheath, but also a slight problem with that in that the FBI broke its own rules in order to be able to test that DNA with a familial DNA site that normally is not available to them. You have to.
He became obsessed with murder to the point he had to try it. Did he tell you that, Storm? Where did you get that information from? Did you see that somewhere? Did somebody tell you that he became obsessed with murder to the point he had to try it? What gave you that? Did he tell you that? That's what I'm asking. People are saying things like this, but nobody shows any proof of any of these statements. And he hated what he couldn't have, a pretty girl. Where did that information come from? Because he dated more than one pretty girl. So this is more of the ridiculous nonsense that makes no sense, that has no backing and nothing to support it. This is exactly what you guys do. All due respect, I'll listen to these things. Show me the proof where this is proved at. That's all I'm asking. Nobody ever can do that.
Sign a form saying you're okay with law enforcement looking into your DNA profile if you want to be on one of these sites. But the FBI went to a site where people do not sign that waiver. And it's a bigger site. They have, that gives them the opportunity to whittle down who the person would be that they're looking for. And it succeeded. But
Very good point. Q1.4 is another man's DNA that's mixed with the victim's blood. That did not match Bryan Kohberger. If he did this, that should have matched his DNA, in my opinion. I believe so. Don't you think, Troy?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
That's my thought. Okay. So once again, nothing.
Supposedly prevented by their own regulations from entering that website. Nevertheless, they did. So
Yeah.
we'll be able to use that too. But
Why did he go into court and commit perjury? You mean as far as saying that he did it and took the plea deal? Because I believe he was cornered into it. Oopsie poopsie. I love it, Annie. He was cornered into it. He had no other choice. What else was he going to do, Storm? You tell me and show me what else he had an option to do. They denied every aspect of everything he needed to be able to have a decent trial, a fair trial. They took it all from him, every bit of it. And they were going to continue to do it. So you tell me what else he should have done at that point. Because they needed the death penalty removed from the table. What else could he have done? Nope, he didn't tell me that. That's exactly what they showed us, though. I can't show you where he told me that because he never told me that. I don't have a problem with that. You tell me why he went in and did it. Because people do it every day. 25 times a day. People admit to crimes that they didn't commit. Every single day. I can read you 8 stories out of this book where it happens even worse than what Bryan went through. Then what you said's not true either. How do you know that? Because you're a typical guilter that has no proof of what you say. That's why. You believe what the media tells you because you're a drone. Same reason. You won't open your mind to anything other than what the media tells you. Same as everybody else. Period. Show me how he committed the crimes. Prove to me that he committed the crimes. They can't do it. How can you do it? Come on up here and talk to me, please. I'm sure Troy won't mind. He'll listen to you too.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I want to know how Bryan did this. Come on up and tell me. Show me the proof. Explain it to me. The DNA is not his on the sheath. They don't have his DNA. So they don't have his DNA. He didn't turn his phone off. It's not his car. He wasn't stalking them. What else happened? Tell me the rest of it. He didn't leave the sheath either. Did you ever see the sheath in his hand? Come on. I'll talk to you respectfully. We'll debate it respectfully. I can do that at least. I know. Come on up here and let's talk about it. Show me these things. Explain these things to me that they can't do. If they can't do it, I want to know how you can do it. Welcome, Annie. I'm sorry.
Why are you sorry? Hello,
Because
Jago.
I didn't say hello to you fast enough.
Oh, don't even worry about it, darling.
These people are interesting to me. They just keep repeating these same statements with nothing to back them up.
Well, you know, I mean,
I know your beliefs
like
on
I
things,
said,
and I get it.
I'll debate in good faith, but I think that this person in your comments should probably go and read the state's own rebuttals. They should read the state's filings. So it's not the defense claiming that there's another man's DNA on the sheath. It's actually the state. The state admits there's another man's DNA on the sheath, and that it doesn't match Mr. Kohberger.
Thank you, Wanda.
Furthermore, that DNA sample was never used for identification purposes, only for elimination purposes of alternate suspects. So there is another man's DNA on the sheath. So if the person in your comments wants to claim DNA on the sheath is proof, okay, I can roll with that. I could roll with that every day, all day, twice on Sunday. The problem is there are other men's DNA on the sheath that doesn't match Kohberger. And that DNA wasn't trace DNA. It's DNA that was mixed with victims' blood.
Exactly. But they couldn't find Bryan's DNA mixed with the victim's blood. They didn't find that either. So, and that came from the state, the prosecutor, the people that accused and claimed to convict Bryan of that. Storm, I think I'm saying that right.
I'm guessing this person isn't fucking listening to what I just said either. Does another person's DNA in the sheath means BK's isn't? No. It's literally what I just said. One is a trace sample. Okay. Kohberger's DNA is a trace sample. The other men's DNA, it's not just one either. There were 2 areas on the sheath where other men's DNA was found mixed with victim blood. One of them is a hair that was collected on a sticky note. Okay. That didn't match Kohberger. So they have a hair from an unknown male. They have another unknown male mixed with victim's blood on the back of the sheath, area Q14. Neither were identified. So what that means is that what I've been saying all along is that it would appear Mr. Kohberger isn't the only person who touched that sheath. Therefore, if you want to run with the narrative, DNA on the sheath equals perpetrator, then all of the males should have been identified and charged accordingly.
That is a very, very good point.
Well, and one of the things that really stuck out, and look, everybody's entitled to their opinions, and I agree. Bring the receipts, and I'll gladly accept whatever you have to present to me. I'm beginning to think that Bryan wasn't even there.
That's what I've thought that for about 6 to 8 months now, but I got you.
But I would accept that he was there also, but he wasn't there by himself. But anyway, the thing that stuck out with what that viewer stated, and I'm not picking on anybody, but you said perjury. Well, the prosecution committed perjury in their PCA. Bill Thompson committed perjury. All those officers that got up committed perjury, and nobody gives a crap about the perjury that they committed, which can be proven. So, I mean, perjury doesn't mean anything anymore. And the oath, when you swear into court, you've seen all the cases, doesn't seem to matter anymore. So, I mean, we can only speculate why Bryan took his plea deal. He's a very intelligent person, obviously. He's much higher educated than I am. And he knows he didn't know. It wasn't that he didn't know what was going on. So if you want to say that he perjured himself by confessing, there's a whole lot of other people that are in line in front of him that perjured themselves to put him in that situation. And maybe that should be dealt with.
This is the answer.
Yeah. I'm the opposite. Listen, I've been saying this for what, 2+ years?
Yeah.
Now, I have no doubt Mr. Kohberger was there. I have no doubt in my mind about it. I agree with this person when she says, or he, she, they, whoever the fuck they are. Okay. When they say, well, he perjured himself. I agree. That's what I've been saying since he took the plea. I drove to Pennsylvania to go to that hearing for all of the witnesses being subpoenaed for the defense. I drove there. I sat in court for 8 hours listening. Every single one of these people subpoenaed, these are people who don't know him, haven't seen him since he was a kid. It's very interesting that his own defense team didn't actually subpoena anybody who knows him. They went back and subpoenaed people who haven't seen him since he was 15 years old or never met him in their life. They just sold him a car.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? So I can agree with this person when they say he perjured himself, because I agree with that. I do agree with that. He is lying when he says, yep, it was me and just me. He knows it wasn't just him. Dr. Turvey knows it wasn't just him. The forensics in the case would dictate more than one perpetrator, more than one weapon. That's just, it's basic forensic science.
Facts are facts. That is a fact.
And common sense. I think common sense plays into that also. When you think about
the problem is that you have other, like I've said before, we can go ahead with the state's narrative that DNA on the sheath, just like Hitler said, it's proof all day, every day, and twice on Sunday. Okay, cool. But what about the other men's DNA that is mixed with victim blood that is not trace DNA? It's actual DNA.
Absolutely.
And a hair sample.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yes, ma'am. Fully and honestly. And see, that they'll never talk about that, though. It's just Bryan. Bryan.
Right. Well, right, because I get it though. Like that's why I don't get too upset about it, because I get it. He literally stood up in court. Hitler laid the record down. Hitler laid the foundation. Are you sure you weren't coerced? Do you understand what you're agreeing to? Did anybody force you to do this? Were you promised anything? Like, Hitler laid that record so good so that he could not come back later and say, oh, I didn't mean it. I take it back. I didn't know what I was pleading to. Okay, Hitler laid the foundation for that. And I don't even like Hitler. You know that. I don't give that man credit for shit. But I will give him credit for, at sentencing, he laid the record down so that you couldn't come back later and say, I didn't know what I was pleading to.
Yep.
Jesus Christ. I think if anybody knew the answer to this, Storm, we wouldn't be having the conversation that we're having right now. The whole world wants to know this. Okay? Nobody knows this. Otherwise, we would be talking about that, or would have talked about that when this happened, and wouldn't have this conversation now. Nobody knows why. Okay.
Well, and even if it was true, and for some reason he did these crimes by himself,
all of them,
does that excuse the investigation that happened and the way it was conducted?
Not
I
at
don't
all.
think so.
No, it doesn't. That's the other. That's
and if
the main
all of
problem.
the experts are right, well, the problem is too, if all of the experts are right and we're the ones that are wrong, maybe Shitstorm here hasn't read the Sutton disclosure. Mind you, this is an amended rebuttal disclosure from the state's own expert where she has to retract many of her conclusions and agree with the defense's expert when it comes to the crime scene reconstruction. So unfortunately for Shitstorm here, the state's own expert disagreed with her initial assessment and had to amend it and retract most of her findings.
Yes, ma'am.
The state's own expert sided with the defense's expert here. Maybe they missed that part.
Must be. That's the only thing that makes any sense, because this makes no sense. This makes no sense, this statement, but okay.
People are free to choose to believe what they want to believe, but that's not what I believe.
But, and listen, let me say something real quick, because I've said this before, that I respect others' opinions on this. Here's the problem. What I don't respect is blatant ignorance. And when you're shown absolute proof of something and you completely deny that just so you can push that narrative, that's where I have a problem with it. Okay? That's all I'm saying. The only difference that Annie and I have where we differ in opinion is that I believe that Bryan is completely 100% was not there. She believes that he was there. I respect that from her because I know why she believes that. Okay? That's okay with me. All I've ever said is, and I would be okay if Bryan was the one that did it, if somebody could show me the proof that he did it, other than him saying he did it. That's the difference there. She's right about everything else in my mind that she believes. I fully agree with her, except for that one little thing. But it's
well, even the little comment about Ray. I get it. There's a lot of people attacking Ray right now. And I know I've said this before, and I'll say it again. This is no disrespect to you or any other creator.
No, right.
Lana's my bestie. I talk to her like every day. You know what I'm saying? Me and her were talking about it this morning. She knows how I feel. I will always, and I mean always, I'm sorry this is going to piss people off, but there isn't a single person on YouTube whose opinion I'm going to take over someone like Ray and Brent Turvey. These people have dedicated the last 30 years of their careers to catching some of the most vile fucking people on this planet.
I fully understand.
And just because they, maybe think Mr. Kohberger is guilty, or maybe they don't want to push back on some of the crooked shit that law enforcement did in this case, that doesn't mean that all of a sudden they're not trustworthy, in my opinion.
That's a good point. That is a good point.
Do you get what I'm saying?
I sure do.
You know what I mean? Like, how many crime scenes have you people reconstructed? I don't mean that disrespectfully. How many people in the chat here have reconstructed a crime scene? How many people in the chat here have caught a human trafficker, have caught someone guilty of femicide?
That's a very good point.
I'm going to guess fucking zero.
I got one question though, Ms. Potts, if I may. here's the thing. Did Ray ever say that Bryan Kohberger was guilty?
Nope. He said legally guilty because he confessed.
No, in his book, what he says is that Kohberger can be the murderer and that he believed he was guilty before he was even asked to take the case.
Okay. But so far, he doesn't have...
Based on the evidence he's seen.
He doesn't have anything to prove that.
Well,
we don't know that.
Yeah.
We haven't seen his full disclosure.
Okay. And Turvey seems to think that this was done by multiple people. He didn't say that Kohberger was innocent, but he also didn't say that he didn't also say that he wasn't the only one, correct?
Right.
I think, well, Mr. Turvey, so far, we don't have his full disclosure. But in his opinion, after reconstructing the crime scene in full, after going through all of the blood spatter and all of that, and the hair in Ethan's hand and the hair in the bed, etc., it's obvious. I mean, he didn't want to talk to any of the witnesses. He didn't want to talk to the defendant. All he wanted was the forensics. That's it.
Okay.
So he's not going based off of gut feeling, intuition, nothing. He's going off the actual reconstruction of the crime scene. And to him, it looks like you have, at minimum, 2 weapons, at minimum, 2 perps.
So between both of them, Ray and Dr. Turvey, we still don't have a definite conclusion because neither of them have offered a definite conclusion to exactly Bryan's innocence or non-innocence, correct?
As far as I know, no. But as Ms. Potts has stated before, and I agree 100%, you can't lose fact that they were only hired to look at a certain aspect of the case.
And I'm not. All I'm saying is you still can't draw a conclusion out of either one of them.
No, because, and this leads back to what
Not until you get their full disclosure.
Exactly. Right. But I also think that they were treading very lightly in how they were disclosing some things so as to not point direct fingers. Like neither one of them, I didn't read size information, and I'm sorry, I confused my experts. Brent Turvey's the one that said about he's legally guilty, but factually they don't know. And, but neither one of them have come out and I'm sorry, I haven't read size stuff, but they said he could have been there. But there's a lot of signs that point to other people that were there too. And Dr. Turvey even said, we have no clue who was even there in the beginning. We don't have how many people were in the house.
So at this point, we can't draw a conclusion from either one of them because neither one of them has offered a conclusion. So regardless of what they've said, they've still offered us nothing. We've still gained nothing here.
Exactly.
As of yet, right? Not yet.
Exactly.
And to answer,
well, I did reach out to the clerk, the courthouse today. I put in an email this morning requesting the full disclosure because we've been waiting on them since December for Dr. Turvey and for Ray, as well as Tom Slavinsky.
And Kim tried
the last time I emailed them, we had documents within like 48 hours. They got right back to me within a couple hours and said, we're finishing up redactions and it should be uploaded to the docket. And within like 48 hours, it was all uploaded to the docket. So I did put out an email this morning.
Good.
Hopefully we will get those disclosures very soon. And maybe that will help. I mean, I get it. Like whatever's going on with Cy, the way that I look at it is, he can do whatever he wants to do. He is not obligated to anyone. He took this case pro bono. As far as the NDAs go, as an expert, you are no longer have to abide by an NDA, especially when the case is closed and you're commenting on things that are already in the public domain.
Yeah.
It's already all public. Like this is why Ann Taylor, notice she's not suing any of her experts because they would fucking eat her for lunch if she tried. They're not doing anything wrong. They are allowed to talk about what they did in this case that's already on the public record. And there ain't a damn thing she could do about it.
So why do you believe they're holding back?
I have a theory.
Her experts,
Why?
Turvey.
Why is it? They're not holding back? They are commenting on things that are already in the public record. Once their full disclosures go public, then they can talk about everything in those disclosures.
Once that's been made public first, yeah, that makes sense. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I have a tinfoil hat theory on why
you're not blocked.
Why Anne hasn't really said anything, and why they're only talking about things that have been disclosed. And I could be way off base, but look at what Bryan did for his education and what field he was involved in. And if you do a little bit of research into it, you'll find out like he was given access and probably had to receive, and I'm going to sound like JJ, a top secret clearance to access some of the things that he needed to pursue his academic career. So it just kind of makes sense to me that if Anne was his representation, that she would also have to be cleared to look at top secret information because of who he was. And like I said, speculation, it could be wrong. And that would explain why she hasn't come out and said anything about anything, and why once it's out in the public, it's okay for her experts, even under a disclosure agreement, it's been released to the public. They can talk about it now, but they're not talking about anything else. That's just something I kind of came up with on my own, and I could be crazy.
As much as I would love to say, yeah, Mr. Kohberger's like, super intelligent and blah, blah, blah. The problem is that his own defense team said he can't even assist in his own defense. He's basically, useless in his own case. So, I mean, it can't be both. It can't be that he's incredibly intelligent and has all of this information and knows all this stuff while also being entirely useless to his own defense.
The guy's probably so stressed out. He's probably no help to anybody. He's probably so screwed up right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I look at it from both sides. I can see that, okay, well, I mean, if he's got something up his sleeve, he better get on with it. Because everything that they laid the record, they laid that foundation really good. So that even if he wanted to come back and appeal, even if, and it's not something he has 3 years to do either. The more that I have researched this and the more that I've looked into it, even if he thought, I can appeal this on error, blah, blah, blah. Dude, he had like 30 days to do it. That was a long time ago. Everything that I've looked up, you've got like 14 to 30 days to file that appeal. If you believe that you took this plea and the plea that you took is incorrect or you were tricked or whatever the case may be, he's long past. The Innocence Project doesn't even want to take his case, from what I understand. I've put out some calls and I've asked around, and the Innocence Project don't want his case, from what I understand.
Somebody said that they were out of money in Idaho also.
That's what I heard too, was there was a funding issue.
I don't know if that's true or not.
There's not.
I think it defeats the purpose, though, arguing for Mr. Kohberger. Mr. Kohberger's not arguing for himself.
Well, I said, that's what I said. He has to be the be all end all to this. If he doesn't come forward and want to do anything, there's no point. Like if he doesn't make his mind up to say, okay, I'm going to go file for habeas corpus or whatever the hell he has left out there to do, it doesn't matter what we say. It doesn't matter what we think, what we say, what we do. He has to make that final decision in the end. And if he doesn't, whether we believe in it or not, or understand it or not, it doesn't mean a damn thing, sadly.
Yep.
I just want the disclosures. I want the full disclosures so we can actually get the full opinion, not these partial opinions, and little snippets. I want the full thing so we have the full context.
I'm glad you did that.
For the guy not to fight for himself and to not want the death penalty. Like personally, I think I'd rather have the death penalty if they're just going to shoot me. I'd rather them just get it over with rather than spend the rest of my life in prison. That would be worse.
Well, and that's why there's people out there that believe that he's guilty, because nobody can understand why he would step out and do this way if he didn't do this. Okay. I understand the mentality behind that. I do, but what I don't understand is there's nothing there that points to him, in my opinion. Nothing. The only thing that they had that I even at one point remotely trusted was that DNA, and at this point I don't at all. Nothing.
I agree with you there, Dago. I don't believe he was necessarily completely like. I don't think that he's involved at all. But at the same time, if I'm going to take the death penalty and I'm expecting to spend the rest of my life in prison, I'd rather just take the bullet in the head. I mean,
I get it. I get it.
If I was that selfish, to kill 4 people, I'd still rather take the death penalty.
I fully get that.
Do you think they were really going to shoot him?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. How many states? Pennsylvania has death penalty, and we haven't killed somebody in years.
it would have taken 40 years plus, but yeah, eventually they would have. And by that point, the death penalty could have been abolished in Idaho, for all we know.
Yeah.
So do you think the prosecution was trying to avoid the death penalty then?
Well, I don't know. I'm not real up on legal things, but if he would have had the trial and it was a death penalty trial, does that open more avenues for him if convicted for appeal? I
don't know enough about your laws to say one way or another.
Yeah.
He's in Canada.
I know.
And like I said, that's what a lot of us have a lot of trouble understanding. Okay. Everybody has said the same thing here, because when we look at what they have, this is what the big argument is, everybody. Thank you, Kawanda. I agree with you. When we look at the case that the state had or didn't have, for lack of terms, okay, that they didn't have, the evidence that they had against him that doesn't exist, the fact that there's other DNA that are on this sheet that were in the house that they don't have anybody locked down for, and they have the wrong car. There was no stalking. The phone wasn't turned off. There's no case against this man. So in turn, even with the death penalty on the table, in my opinion, if it was me, I would have taken it to trial, unless there's something that they knew in the background with the defense team or something that we didn't know.
Right.
That's the only thing that makes any sense to me. Okay, the only thing, because I would have tried it. I would have said, you know what the hell, they don't have a case. What's the point? Let's try it out and see what happens. And then you have appeals anyway, which he still has appeals, I understand, but you have a lot better of a chance if you take it to court that way in a jury trial. And he didn't do it. And I don't understand.
What appeals does he have still?
He has, oh shit. When we did a whole thing on this.
That's everything I've looked up.
They said that he still has the ability to file habeas corpus. And there's also another one that I think they said, I can't think of it, Annie. I'm sorry.
I mean, no, it's cool. I'm just wondering because I personally myself have been looking it up, and
we looked into it, and then we asked even, I think it was Ron. He looked into it when we were on his panel that one night, and he gave 2 or 3. At this point, I know one of them related to ineffective assistance to counsel. Even though he said what he said on record, there's a way that they can go around that. The habeas corpus is another one, and there was one more, damn it, and I can't think of the name of what it was. One says it all the time. Anyway, those are the only options he has left at this point. One of those, I think one of those ends in September. Yes. It is very limited, though. It is very limited. How it was explained to us. Go ahead, Corey.
Miss Potts is the one that really opened my eyes about the entire thing, and she said, he's the one that has to make the choice, and we all agree with that.
Absolutely.
And if he doesn't make that choice, well, that's his decision. He'll be in prison forever, and unless something way down the road gets discovered and oh God, we have the wrong guy, and they'll let him out. But it's his choice. He made the choice to confess. He made the choice, or do his thing in court and take his deal, and he's the one that's got to make the decision to get himself out. And that's why I'm saying, even if he doesn't decide to fight for himself, there's still a lot of things to look at with this case as far as the things that went on to get him to the point that he's at right now.
Mm-hmm. Yes. But again, that's absolutely the point, guys. At the very, very at the end of all of this, if Bryan chooses to sit in prison for the rest of his life and does absolutely nothing, All I can say is sorry, bud. There's nothing anybody can do about anything. We can all hate it as much as we want to hate it. And in a way, if you think about it, and I understand where people come to the table with this, okay? As much as I disagree with it. If that was his choice and he does that, that does make him look guilty to a lot of people. Understand that. That's why people make they decide to feel that way, because the way our minds work, folks, is any one of the rest of us would have said, I'm not going to sit here if I didn't do this. I'm not going to sit through that if I didn't do that. I'm not going to do that. That's how our minds work. But when we see somebody sitting here, that's why Annie always says what she says. He's not trying to help himself. I'm not going to help him. Yep. That's why a lot of people look at him that way, because he's not trying to help himself. We don't know everything. I know that. We don't know what was talked about between him and his parents, between him and Ann. We don't know what, if anything, is going on. There could be nothing going on, and this is just the end of it. That's the hard thing to deal with, because we don't know. Now,
the hard thing to deal with this thing, Dago, is the simple fact that right at the start, they could have had this whole problem solved. But he decided he would let the judge choose whether he was innocent or guilty. Right off the hop. Yeah. That started this case off right off the fucking hop as a bad situation.
Yeah. I fully agree with you. That,
like, think about how much junk think about how much junk we could have avoided if the judge had just said guilty then. If it was going to ultimately end up like this.
I agree. Yep. I fully agree.
Well, it's Kim said.
So can I just read you guys something real quick?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is Garza v. Idaho. Okay, this is the case precedent that's set when it comes to. Okay, it says clearly, if a defendant waives their right to appeal at sentencing, they generally cannot file a standard direct appeal. However, they can still challenge the conviction or sentence under limited circumstances by filing for post-conviction relief or a Rule 35 motion.
That's the
and then it goes into, right. So post-conviction relief would be filed in the district court where the conviction occurred. This is a separate civil case where the defendant sues the state. It can be used to argue that the plea agreement or waiver was not made knowingly, voluntarily, or intelligently. It is also the primary way to claim ineffective assistance of counsel. Problem. And what did I just say? Knowingly, voluntarily, or intelligently. That is precisely the record Hitler laid down.
Yep.
To ensure he could not come back.
Yep.
Rule 35 motion is an illegal sentence. Under Idaho Criminal Rule 35, a defendant can file a motion directly with the sentencing judge to correct a, quote, illegal sentence. This is specifically for sentences that are unauthorized by law or violate statutory requirements. We know that didn't happen. Federal habeas corpus. This is what you would file after fully exhausting all of your state-level post-conviction relief options. None of those have been done. So you can't even go file for federal habeas corpus until you've exhausted all of your everything at the state level first. Nothing has been done at the state level for an appeal, including ineffective assistance of counsel. If your defense attorney fails to properly advise you of, say, exculpatory evidence or things like that, or forces you into agreeing to a sentence you don't agree to, he can't even come back and say that, because Hitler made sure he got it on the record. That you were not forced, you were not coerced, you are doing this voluntarily, knowingly, of sound mind. He said yes to all of this. Unfortunately, it is what it is, guys, you know.
Yes, it is.
I'm curious to see how it turns out, to be honest with you. If it turns out, if it changes. I mean, I mean,
if they're going to appeal at the state level, I can, you know, we can look and see like how long that would take, or how long does he have to do that? Because each state is different. Each state has their own rules, their own procedures.
Yeah.
How, you know, some states you can go up to 3 years. Some states you have to do it within like 30 days.
Right.
So
Idaho
unfortunately,
also has their own set of rules.
Well, yeah. I mean, Idaho is a little bit different than a lot of the rest of the country. But even still, I think the main thing his defense team was fighting for the entire time was the removal of the death penalty. That is what they were dead set on.
Right.
Getting that death penalty removed. And in fact, that's exactly what they got. In the end, they won. They got what they wanted, which was that death penalty removed.
Right. Absolutely. Now, I think we had looked at something a while back. If there was a way, I can't remember who brought it up to me. They sent me an email on it and said that they looked into it and said something about if somebody was to test that other DNA and prove that there was another person in that house at the point in time they said Bryan was, that somebody can throw, oh my God, I can't remember what they said. It's been so long. Somebody can throw that at the court and say, hey, by the way, but it's got to be somebody involved in a case. And that's something also that Bryan had to sign off on as well, in my opinion, I think. So I don't know. I don't know I don't know what to expect. I don't know. He may not do anything, guys. And we may be sitting here in a year and say, oh, well, there it is. And moving on.
What if,
well, from what I can see here, it says that in Idaho, there is no time limit to file a sentencing appeal after waiving your right to appeal because a valid waiver legally extinguishes your right to a direct appeal. The standard deadline under Idaho Appellate Rule 14, a criminal defendant normally has exactly 42 days from the filing date of a judgment of conviction to file a notice of appeal.
Right.
Effect of a waiver, if you knowingly and voluntarily waive your right to appeal as part of your plea agreement, you generally cannot file an appeal. Attempting to do so risks breaching your plea agreement, and the state will likely have the appeal dismissed. There are exceptions to the waiver. You can still attempt to appeal if you are claiming that the plea agreement or the waiver itself was invalid, involuntary, or made without effective assistance of counsel. If you're currently past your 42-day window or your waiver is being challenged, you may need to file a motion to withdraw your guilty plea or petition for post-conviction relief. None of that has been done here.
Not as of yet, right? And that's what I kind of wonder with all of this other information that's been coming out. I wonder.
Looks like he had 42 days.
That was the initial. Yeah, I remember we were counting down that. I wonder. I don't know. I don't even know what I think at this point.
I think even if like he decides that he wants to stay in prison and whatever, which is his choice. But there's always, I think, somewhere down the road, Joe Bob the potato farmer could confess and say, I did it. Here's where I buried all the stuff. I took pictures of me doing it with me and my brothers. And I can't see how legally they would be able to keep him in prison, even though he did his confession. So,
well, yeah, I think that obviously if like new evidence is uncovered outside of new evidence and a confession from someone else.
Right.
Absolutely. You know what I mean? Saying, like, I completely agree with that. Yeah. And believe me, I know this is going to rile people up in the chat. They're going to be like, what the fuck, Miss Potts, but you guys know, I can operate from both sides of my brain here, dude. I could be defense. I could play prosecutor. I just don't stay in one fucking box, man. I'm outside the box on purpose. I intentionally put myself outside the box because you got to think about this stuff with an open mind and you can't be emotionally connected to it.
Right.
Once you start getting your emotions involved and you can't compartmentalize your emotions, that's when your brain is going to, unfortunately, you guys know there was a period of time where I'm like, wow, dude, I think they got the wrong guy here. Like, holy shit, it looks like they may have the wrong person, right? But then when you really start getting into some of these documents and you find out how long the feds were already crawling all over his ass, you know what I mean? Like, no. If anything, the feds got the right person. They just did it in the wrong way they weren't supposed to. Using back doors and databases they shouldn't be going into and things like that, which doesn't mean he's not guilty.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
I agree.
That's my biggest problem is the investigation that led to him. That's my biggest, like I said before, in all reality, it doesn't matter to me whether Bryan did it or not. I would like to know yes or no for sure.
Well, I mean, it
But
does
my
matter
biggest
because
problem
if he didn't,
well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's hard to say it like that. Like it does, but it doesn't. Okay. I want to know if he didn't do it, who did do it. That's the point where it matters. But the biggest issue that I have with the whole thing is not whether or not he did it. It's how they got to him as the person that did it. That's what I don't like with this. The investigation or their lack of that they claim that they did is what my biggest fucking issue with this whole thing is. Because it's
a lot of
one
it
the most
looks like
ridiculous
too
things.
is like what it looks like is like, so the feds did all the work in the beginning, right? And Moscow had to come back and pretend as though they're the ones who did the work.
Right.
They're the ones who
Right.
applied for the warrants. They weren't. It was the feds doing all of these federal subpoenas and stuff from jump.
Right.
It wasn't Moscow Police Department. Do you get what I'm saying? So when you actually go back and look at the warrants, things like that, you can see it's very clear even from the emails between Jennings and Mowry. Mowry is getting his information from Nick Balance from the FBI on exactly what to ask for, because that's how you have to CYA, cover your ass. This is what we did. Balance is basically saying, listen, this is what we did, and this is how we did it, and this is how you have to write your warrant to make it look like you did it. You can't say we did it because we backdoored it.
Yep.
Right.
And that's the additional resources everybody talks about with the FBI is Balance can just make a phone call to an FBI attorney and be like, hey, how do I write this warrant so it does this, this, and this? And then he can pass that on to Moscow.
Not even that. Balance can just call up Boyd Jackson over at AT&T. He's got his little backdoor connect at every cell phone company that exists.
Absolutely. Yes. But yeah.
And it's no different than like using Prometheus. For the longest time, the state tried to deny Prometheus was used. We didn't use Prometheus. This is precisely why Leah Larkin, Bicca Barlow were claiming that they may have violated international law here if they did use Prometheus, because Prometheus strictly bars law enforcement and the feds from accessing their databases. But we find out in the end, Prometheus was used. And the state isn't even denying it now. They know Prometheus was used.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's insane. It is all insane for sure.
Do you get what I'm saying? So like when it comes to the DNA, well, why would the FBI make Othram stop their work and take it? Because they literally just put it into Prometheus. That's how easy it is.
Yep.
They could just take it, put it in Prometheus, put it in Ancestry, DNA, and 23andMe, and they can get anything they need to get. They can just backdoor it. They submit it as though they're the owner.
Yep.
Yes, man.
They do it all the time.
True. They do what they want to do. They always have. Period.
I mean, is it messed up that they do it? Right. It's messed up that they do it. But the fact of the matter is, they had Othram go ahead and create that little snip for them, right? And then, or STR, snip, whatever the fuck the profile. And, the feds came in and took it. And with that profile, they can just pretend they're the owner of it and pop it into any database they want. And they don't have to say it's us, law enforcement. They're pretending as though they're the owner, and even for the longest time, I'm like, SC. What are the odds that SC, can see their match the next day after it's uploaded into this database? Okay. For the longest time, I thought SC was Stacy Chapin. And then I think it was Fitzy. It makes more sense. It's probably a second cousin.
That makes sense.
Get what I'm saying? So that's how you get to the four brothers. There are people out here saying that DNA came back to four brothers. No, it didn't. That's like one of the most misused things I've heard so far, is that the DNA came back to four brothers. No, it didn't. It didn't come back to four brothers. the 4 brothers would be related on the family tree. This is why Gooch gave him a call and was like, hey, would you guys cooperate? And this brother they contacted said, absolutely not. No, we will not work with you. Because I'm sure this brother is under the impression, wait a minute, I put my DNA in a database that law enforcement's barred from accessing. So why are they calling me? You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
They're running around putting this profile into databases they're barred from accessing. And they're pretending as though they're the owner of the profile. They're not letting these databases know, hey, it's us, law enforcement.
Absolutely.
Yep. And that's why I said, it's Bryan is what Bryan is. It's the investigation is what has me hemmed up, and the fact, and Dago, we've all said it, is this could happen to anybody. They could frame anybody for whatever intent
at any time. Yes.
Yeah. And that's scary. And accountability is what we've talked about, and you get to a certain level and there's no accountability for anybody, and that's scary. That's scary. It's like that.
Well, Kim, go ahead and click the link, honey. You can come on up. I really don't care for Miss Potts. I mean, darling, if you think you're the first person that I've ever heard that from, honey, I mean, it's okay. You can find a cry closet somewhere, grab a stuffy, grab a blankie, suck your thumb. Okay, you're not the first person to say it, honey.
Who are we talking about? What happened? I
don't know. Some chick in the chat. I don't really care for Miss Potts. She says I'm too much like Jennifer Coffindaffer.
No, okay. No, not you. Not okay. Not the other Kim. No. I didn't think so.
Coffindaffer, that's a good one.
You're nothing like Hackenkoffer at all. Anyway, moving on. Jesus.
Coffindaffer. Oh my God. Coffindaffer wouldn't debate me. Way back in the day when T-Rev got Coffindaffer on his panel, he was trying to set up a debate between me and her, and she wouldn't do it.
She blocked me the first time I spoke to her through Twitter. It was done. I couldn't even have a conversation with her. So yeah, she's a chicken shit with this. She just wants it. What I said, and that's it. And she blocked you when you try to talk to her. So whatever.
Coffindaffer. Well, I mean, she's a spook. I'll take it. I like spooks.
Yeah, well,
I give the spooks a lot of shit, but I like them. I like them a lot, actually.
There's Miss Bianca. Yes, I agree. I mean, like I said, guys, this is a complete disaster, and I'm just waiting to see if there's something to see when it happens. But
hey, so let me ask you though, before I dip out, let me get your opinion, Dago, and everybody else on panel. So, you know how, like, for the longest time we've been listening, I know it's off topic, but I wanted to hear your opinion. You know how, for the longest time, the G family has been saying that, like, people in the true crime community who cover this case and want to read the docs and want to look at the crime scene pics were nothing but grifters, right? Yes. What do you think about the fact that now their son is marrying a true crime creator and they're begging the internet to buy their wedding gifts? What do you guys think about that?
That's not grifting at all. Oh my God. No grifting there. None. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
What a, and not to mention that, Annie, but they have been like, they're making more money than most any creator out here with everything they're doing now. They have merch that they're creating now for this and for that. They're doing this, they're doing that. They're making more money off anything. No, they sit on a show. Hold on one second, Troy. I'm sorry. They sit on a show with somebody like Nancy Grace, who's making insane. She's worth like $420 million. We looked it up. Okay. And complain about people making the money out the backs of their daughter in front of the woman that is making $420 million off of the backs of their daughter. This is what I'm saying.
I mean, if I remember correctly, wasn't Chronicles of Olivia outside the King Road house with Bullhorn Betty?
Like,
isn't that the same girl?
Day number 2. Yes, ma'am. Chronicles of Olivia did the first interview with them. Right. Very monetized.
So I don't get it. I don't understand the logic here. So Chronicles of Olivia can marry their son, even though she's a true crime creator, but true crime creators are grifters, or do they only mean the true crime creators that don't show their narrative? Those are the grifters. I don't get it. Is it all of us or just some of us?
Just the people that don't believe Bryan's guilty, or the people that don't believe in the investigation. Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
That's that's how it works. They do it their way and only their way. It's very sad.
Yep.
But it's a good point that she brought up there for sure. For sure.
I just thought it was really interesting. I was like, well, wait a minute. So wait, you're begging the internet to buy your wedding gifts and you're going to send them a handwritten thank you note. Like, okay. I'm like, that's kind of weird. I thought that was grifting though. I thought that's called grifting.
Well,
the only reason that she's famous and that that Steve Jr. is famous, unfortunately, is because of these murders.
Of course, yes.
It's the only reason they're famous and have the opportunity to ask the internet to pay for their wedding gifts.
Now, let me throw one more little thing at you with this new organization that they're putting together, or whatever you call it, okay, for Kaylee and Kaylee's name. Now, they're taking donations from the public. It's going to be publicly funded. And they will take donations from people that are on our side of the community. And then once they take the money from them and they receive it as a donation, they'll turn around and call them trailer trash, because this is what they've done already. There's people that have donated to that in this community that I know personally that donated to their GoFundMe for them to go to court and all that stuff. And then they turned around and called them all trailer trash.
Wasn't Kaylee an internet sleuther? Wasn't she like, Kaylee was sleuthing pedophiles since like 2021. She was reporting missing people back in 2021. So I don't get it. So like, if all true crime people who follow it and talk about it and whatever are grifters and or this and or that, I don't understand. Like, what does that make Kaylee?
Thank you.
Kaylee was a sleuther. Is she also a grifter? Was she also grifting while she was doing that? Or I don't understand the hypocrisy. I just don't get it.
What would have happened if Kaylee would have started her own YouTube channel in the true crime community? Would she been looked at that way too? You know what I'm saying?
I just don't. Yeah, I don't get the. I really don't. Yeah, I don't get the hypocrisy. I think I find it to be very distasteful. I get it. They don't like it, what some people are saying on the internet. They don't like some people's opinions.
There is some ridiculous shit being said, but not by all of us. Okay? Not by all of us.
Well, I understand that. But I guess the way that I look at it is you live in a country where there's a reason the First Amendment, it's the first on the list.
That's right.
Okay? There's a reason it's number one. It doesn't apply. The First Amendment applies specifically to those you disagree with more than anything.
Yeah.
It's so they can speak their opinions, and especially opinions you don't like. It's what it's there for. And the best thing to do is you just click out. If you hear someone saying something you don't like, you click out and scroll on.
She can't do that.
It would appear what they want to do is change the rules to literally prevent free speech from occurring in this community.
That's right. That's the whole basis behind it. More legislation. That's what more legislation that they're going to push for. Basically, so that basically you're ripping the Constitution in half, in my opinion, because they're going to keep pushing and pushing. But they can do it. They can do it their way. That's okay.
Well, hopefully somebody along the line will get an attorney and sue the state for passing that legislation. It's the only way you're going to. Well, there's other ways to defend our First Amendment right, but
of course.
But I think I've saw a podcast somewhere where somebody said that they're not even sure that what they passed was constitutional, and they just need somebody to try and fight it legally. And it may end up at the Supreme Court till it gets all straightened out. But
right,
yeah.
So the only people they want to have the right to free speech are the people who regurgitate what they say.
Right.
And if you
Right.
don't want to regurgitate what they say, then your First Amendment no longer applies. That's what it sounds like they're getting at.
Yes.
It sounds
Yes.
like what they're getting at is they actually want to limit the free speech of people who don't toe the narrative and don't regurgitate what they say, which is very interesting. It's very interesting considering they label themselves as conservatives.
Oh, yeah. I agree. Oh, yeah. That's kind of funny to me.
Okay. Well, I love talking to you, Dago, and I'm going to hop off
Yes.
and go make dinner and keep listening. But I hope
Thank you,
everybody
ma'am.
has an awesome day.
You too. Thank you very much for your input as always. And I hope you enjoy your dinner. And thank you for joining us today.
I hope the chat didn't get too riled up. Sorry, guys. I love you all. Don't cry. It's okay.
They're doing okay from what I can see. And that one person, I believe, left. So we're good to go.
Love you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye,
Love you too.
Dago.
Take care.
Bye, Troy.
See you.
Bye-bye. All right, guys. Let's finish up the rest of this because Lucy did put some hard work into this, and this is a really good video she put out with a great message. So we'll finish this up, and then we'll move back to that.
Right. The defense has made some filings about that and whether they legally got it or obtained it. Another thing the defense has said recently is talking about Bryan Kohberger's autism diagnosis and his mental capabilities as far as one reason why they wanted to strike the death penalty off the table. Do you get much into his mental state of mind or potential,
Really not, not much more than, I think you would be hard pressed to find a psychiatrist who's prepared to examine Kohberger over a television set or just from the limited amount we know. The defense says he has autism, and perhaps that's so. I don't know. The suggestion was that he is OCD also, and that may have explained some of his behaviors. The judge has already ruled that this doesn't really, it's not going to impact any possibility of a death penalty.
Yeah. Yeah, it will be such a fascinating trial to watch here in just a couple of months. I know that all eyes are going to be on Boise as this goes. It could probably the longest trial in Idaho history, they're saying.
Could be. I mean, there are lots of issues that will have to be gone into in depth. Yeah.
Right. All right, Keith, tonight, Dateline, you can watch it. It starts at 9 o'clock Eastern and Pacific time. And for those of us in the middle of the country, it starts at 8 o'clock, 2 hours, all new Dateline with Keith. And then you can find it on Peacock starting Saturday. And then it comes out on the podcast next week.
You're streaming to say those things. Thank you, Nate.
Yes. Anything you want to add?
No, I just, there's some extraordinary reporting, and I do not take credit for it in this report. And it certainly is worth watching.
If you didn't catch what they're saying in the background, you guys, the music is saying AI. AI. Hold that thought as you're seeing this.
So after all the chaos, they became a stable country.
Yes.
But you weren't there at the time.
I have no interest in a stable country.
Okay.
No. But I've got to get you there first, okay?
Okay.
So let's take the years after I left the FBI, from Afghanistan, all those bad environments, Kosovo, Afghanistan, Yemen, Indonesia, Colombia, like shithole situations around the world. That was my life for a very long period of time. When I left the FBI and went to the journalism cover, and I was working intelligence operations in many of those countries, when I left the FBI and went to the journalism cover, and I was working intelligence operations.
Thank you, Bianca. Very much appreciated, dear. When I left the FBI and went to the intelligence cover. Interesting. 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 Great video, by the way, Lucy. As always, great job. Very good point. And again, I at this point I do now have issue with Chris Whitcomb because he promised so much and never delivered. Just saying. Journalist cover is what I was trying to say. I'm sorry, I had the wrong word. My apologies. Thank you, Bianca, dear, for those. And it looks like Jules Zamora, Julianne 722, Wanda's Lily, Texas Ranger, and Kirsten Elizabeth Kerr. Welcome to the sauce. We got 37 new members today. That's amazing. And thank you again, Bianca. It's wonderful to have you in the house today. Afghanistan and Yemen are shithole countries, though. Right. I gave more than 40 days. I didn't want to do it, but no one else did, so I had to. And we appreciate you. Thank you. Great stuff. Great stuff. Great stuff.
So
any thoughts? Go ahead, bud.
I saw Lucy's video right after she put it out, and
yeah.
I'm not grasping the gist of it. Can you explain it?
Well, okay. let me put it the way I see it, and she'll call me out and scream at me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Very good at doing that.
Of course.
My thought is that she's pointing out first and foremost who Chris is,
Right.
who he's connected to, and then basically that this
Yes.
is AI written.
Okay. Yep.
Minus a few things here or there. That's how I took it. And like I said, she'll scream at me if I'm wrong. The leak, the NBC leak, the database.
Okay.
She pointed that out in there too as well.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes. No worry. Lucy's kind of cryptic with some of her stuff, but in the end of it, once you figure it out, it makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. That the NBC leak, there it is, word for word.
Okay.
Seems to be the same database that the book was generated from, was the leak that they used for the Dateline thing.
Okay.
Which would make Mr. Whitcomb, okay, part of the leak. So his journalist cover, right?
Yeah. You could write a book about him and his involvement in the case. It'd be a mystery.
Yeah, no shit. That's the whole point. FBI to NBC, NBC to Whitcomb.
Oh.
Dylan to Bethany. Good point. Good point. Yes. Thank you, Lucy.
Yep. Got it.
Sometimes it takes time for it to work itself out. Like I said, she's very intricate with things, but it comes out in the end.
Yeah. I thought I was watching the Matrix
So
screen.
screwed, though. Yeah. As well as something like that, right?
Yeah.
The book seems to be a way to discredit Anne. Kind of does.
Yeah.
Which would mean that it's coming from the other side of the fence. Even though I've said this once before, people can see this in multiple different ways, but they're claiming that they're here to point out that Bryan's not guilty. Okay? Those types of things. But what they would truly be doing is making the defense look bad. And that would come from the prosecution side of things. You see what I'm saying? It's kind of like a double agent type scenario.
Right. Right.
Welcome back, Moto.
Yeah. I don't have an opinion on Anne either way because I haven't seen enough anything to
Sure. Yeah.
go one way or the other. You know, and when you're in the trenches doing the battles, you can't, you know, we're looking at it from it's over and now we're looking back at it and we can say, oh, why'd she do this? But, you know, when you're actually doing it, it's, you know, you're trying to do the best you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I get you. Any thoughts there, Meta or Moto? Meta.
I wish I was Meta.
Yes, I agree.
Have you a rich man?
Right.
I don't know. I'm still a little scared of Miss Potts, but that's all right.
Everybody's don't be afraid of her. She doesn't mean any harm.
Yeah. No, she, you know what? She has some really valid and very educated thoughts, I guess you can say, on the case. And you know, it kind of makes you wonder if all of this really is for nothing. If he really doesn't decide he wants to defend himself, I mean, it's really kind of puts a plug in us, right?
Well, to some extent, I'm still here advocating for the point that the investigation is a fucking joke.
Oh,
fucking problem. That's the
I'm
other side
always going to believe that because it is what it is. It was a joke, in my eyes.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
I mean, I understand Troy's point too. Like everything's, you know, hindsight's 20/20. I mean, it's easy to point out and pick out all the problems after the fact, but it's never necessarily easy before the fact, right? Sometimes it's not that clear or obvious, unfortunately.
Absolutely.
But I mean, again, well, we end this every time we come to the end of the show. It's always the same conclusion. We're still left without an answer.
No, of course. Well, sometimes we get answers to smaller questions, but yeah, in the big picture of things, yeah, you're correct.
Like, I mean, I'm just waiting for that day when we can finally say, you know, we've figured out a chunk of this, Absolutely. I think that will make everybody feel good. I think and I think we, as a community, we need that closure.
Sure. I agree. If that day ever comes, I'll be right there smiling big for it, sir, for sure. And this statement is a good point she's making too, you guys. It's weird because Dr. Turvey made public comments in January of this year and then posted publicly about the case. I do remember that. And Ann was not upset with him at that point. What has changed between January and April? Well, we add one more person, Chris Whitcomb, in the book. There's the answer to that. That's the only thing that's any different. So, very good point, Lucy. Any last thoughts from either one of you gentlemen? Because I've been here way longer than I thought I was going to be, and I got to let you guys go.
Yeah, you got things to do, right?
Well, I'm sure everybody else does too.
You want to go first, Troy, or?
Yeah, I think just real quick. It just goes back to what we started with in the beginning with, Lana and her comments in her live about, people being held accountable. I have nothing against Cy Ray or Brent Turvey.
Right.
I think they're amazing people. If I was in trouble, I would love to have them. Or if I was in trouble, I'd hate to see them on the prosecution side.
Amen.
So I don't think tearing them apart in our community is doing any good whatsoever. There's reasons, I believe, and we have to speculate on what they are, that they are kind of bobbing and weaving about what they say and how they say it. Once it's like Moto said, here we are at the end of another stream, and we don't really have any answers to many of the questions.
Right.
And, we know there was a really messed up investigation, and I think that's what we should really focus on that and try and bring more light to that.
I'm with you on that one, sir. I agree.
I mean, if this game was all about poking holes in the investigation, we'd be up 19-0. But unfortunately, that's not how the game's played. Well, in our realm. So, I don't think. I hope at some point there's some justice from our point of view. I highly doubt it because, judging by what Mrs. Potts is saying, it doesn't sound like there's really any hope for Bryan at this point, as of right now. Who knows?
Right.
But at the same time, for Ann, you got to think this is probably, how do you say? Maybe it wasn't her hardest case, maybe it wasn't her toughest case, but this case probably brought her the most headaches.
Yeah.
Good point. Good point. Well, gentlemen, thank you both for joining me today. Again, Ms. Potts, thank you for joining us today. I hope you guys, I want to thank Lana for her video and, of course, Lucy for her video. Guys, please make sure to subscribe to both channels, Lucy Morningstar and, of course, Truth and Transparency. Both made very good points towards what I was discussing today. Very important stuff, guys. So I hope you guys got something out of it, and I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your day. Thank you again, Troy and Moto, for joining me. I appreciate you guys very much.
You can call me Meta.
Have you back, Troy. What did you say, bud?
I said you can call me Meta.
Meta, Moto, whatever it is. Yes. Well, either way, thank you both. Appreciate you. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, and please don't change a thing. I want to thank everybody as well for helping us to get to 13,000. That's absolutely amazing. Let me look at something real quick here. Finally broken it. Let me check something. Damn fly in my house keeps flying towards my head. It's freaking me out. 1 minute, guys. Sorry. We are at 13,019 subscribers. Thank you, guys. God bless. I love you guys very much. Thank you to my mods. Any moderators are available. I will be in the voice chat to discuss a couple things. If you could, please. I appreciate you. Besides that, you guys have an amazing rest of your night. I will see you very soon. Bye-bye, everybody.
Moto out.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light. A reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear. The sound of justice, the only thing we hear. At the TruCrime Cafe, we watch the suspect finally pay. The dark truth is backed and signed and sealed. The wound is closed, the name is finally healed. It's finally healed. The cafe's empty,